Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Good morning, everybody. How are you today? It's a little bit brighter outside, isn't it? It's not... I'm sort of channeling pumpkin spice latte from now until the end of November. How are you today? How's the day started? We've got a packed morning ahead for you here on Sewing Street. Great to have your company. Hope you're going to stay with me for the whole morning. We've got some lovely, lovely guests coming up. We're going to start with an early bird, of course, and I know this one's going to be really, really popular. It's one of your favourite products and one of mine. It's the Vliceline H60. It's H640 fusible fleece in white. So absolutely fantastic for bag making, this one. You're getting a metre. It's 90 centimetres wide. Now, I know this is one of your absolute favourite products. Me too. Great for bag making. You've got that lovely volume to the fleece. You've also got that fusible layer. So you're going to be able to fuse this in for bags. Also really suitable for wall hangings and placemats. It's a super weight, 90 centimetres wide, 1 metre in length. Now, normally our price £9.99. It's a great price, fantastic product, fantastic price, but this is our early bird. So it's not going to be £9.99. We're going to drop the price. It's crashing. There it goes. It's £7.99 today. These come pre-cut as metre pieces. So if you're going to multi-buy, and I highly recommend that you multi-buy on this, remember you are going to get separate 1 metre pieces, but that's all good for bag making for sure. Easy to join together. If I've got bits left over, strips, I will butt them up together, fuse it down. I don't even bother to zigzag over the edge. It's absolutely fine. pure white, so it's going to lovely brightness. Morning, Stuart. Carrie here. Got you on in the background whilst working from home. Thanks, Carrie. Carrie's a lovely friend of mine from the Midlands. We're great pals. And yesterday, Carrie made a beautiful dress while she was watching Sewing Street. It's lovely when you can have it all, isn't it? Carrie, send in a picture of that lovely dress that you made. We'd love to all see it. A lovely message from Karen in Kent. Morning, Stuart. Got home yesterday from work to my husband raving about how brilliant you were presenting. You have a new fan, Karen. Thank you. Thank you, Karen, and thank you, Mr. Karen. Wow, thank you. That's really kind. Well, welcome to the day. You've got me all morning. I hope you're going to stick around. What a way to start with this fantastic early bird. Make sure you're checking out your basket, won't you? Because there's only one P&P. You pay it once, and then for the rest of the day you can check out as many times as you like. I've already checked out today once. I've already bought something this morning. I'll show you what I bought a little bit later. You'll want it. So this is your Vliseline H640 fusible fleece in white, 90 centimetres wide and a metre in length. Now, if you've never used a product like this before, I really, really recommend you grab yourself a bargain metre piece now and have a play with it. It's got a lovely softness to it. It's a polyester fusible volume fleece, and what that means is it's going to add a lovely little bit of volume to quilted sandwiches. Now, for example, that might be quilted clothing. So for example, we're going into autumn winter now, things like a little quilted waistcoat, a little something like that, or a jacket. This is going to be absolutely perfect. So brilliant for clothing. You've got that fusible layer, and you're going to use a 2-spot iron for 15 seconds, and that's going to fuse it to the fabric. Okay, so you're going to fuse that to the wrong side of your fabric. If your fabric that you're fusing to, let's say for example you're going to make a silk jacket and you want to pad it, which would be delish, wouldn't it? A little mandarin collar, some frog toggles. You would then use a 1-spot iron, suit it to your fabric, but it might take a little longer. It probably will take a little longer than 15 seconds to fuse. Okay, so that's how you're going to use it. Brilliant for clothing, brilliant for bags. It's one of my hero products. You know, I've just released a book called Bags for Life, and I used H640 in quite a few of the bags. It gives a lovely, lovely loft, nice structure, still nice and soft and squishy though, so it's not rigid and hard when you put it into projects. Got another message. Oh, it's a review from Linda on FIFO, independent review body. Product is brilliant. I use when making handbags, have used in wall hangings as well, and I'm really pleased with the look it gives. Fantastic, Linda. Thanks for that review. It is great for using for a variety of different things. Another review there from Diane in Berkshire. H640 fusible fleece is great to work with, gives just the right amount of stability to your project. And that's a really good point, Diane. It's also about stability. It's not just about volume, softness, squishiness, although that is lovely. It does also provide stability. So if you're using a lighter fabric, I'm really keen on using quilt weight cottons for things like bag making, cushions, home decor, but they can be a bit light, a little bit floppy. Using the H640 as an interlining, if you like, really helps to strengthen those fabrics. If you're making things like patchwork cushions for your sofa, or if you just love using quilt weight cottons, they suit your interior, and you want to use them for plain cushions, back them with some H640, add light quilting, even if, even just around the outside edge on your cushions. It will give them a little more volume, a little more squish, but also as well, when you then sit on the cushion or lean against the cushion, they're going to bounce back much better. They're going to stay looking fresher with a little bit of batting in the back. I learned that trick from Debbie Shaw. Our lovely Debbie Shaw. Another review from Lucy in Dorset, always a must for every sewing room, perfect for lots of different projects, especially bag making. Lucy, what a good point. It's a stash item, this, isn't it? It's something you want in your stash, because when the need arises, I need to make a bag today, I need to create a cushion, we all get those days every day. You don't want to be scrabbling around trying to find, I can't start ordering when I need to make a bag right now. I've got the fabric, I've got the H640, keep it in your stash. What about one pack for now, one pack for next time? At $7.99 for a metre piece by 90 centimetres wide. This is worth multi-ordering. Remember, you're only going to pay 1p and p. Now, a question from Anis in County Armagh. Good morning, Stuart. Can I use the H640 with the trolley bag top section from Bags for Life? Yes, Anis, that would work really well. Still use your Boselin form for the bottom of your bag, so you've got that nice rigid structure, and then absolutely H640 in the top would work really well. You could also use this in things like my Essential Messenger bag. You could use it in the attaché as well. I would combine it with a medium weight interfacing, or even a heavier weight interfacing for the flap, so you've got that stiffness but also a bit of squish. You can combine them. But yeah, it would be absolutely suitable for the trolley bag. Now this is just $7.99 for your 1 metre piece by 90 centimetres. If you're multi-buying, remember you're going to get separate meters. The price will go up at midnight, normally $9.99. So you're making a £2 saving. That's a great saving, isn't it? Really good saving. Now, of course, that means that you've opened up your basket, you've checked out once. I do recommend you check out as soon as you've got this in your basket, check it out before someone else comes along and takes it away. But then you've paid your $3.95 postage, and that's good for the whole day. Doesn't matter how many times you check out. Now, what about, Christmas is coming. There, I've said it. I've said it more than once in the last few days. And actually, at 10 o'clock, we've got a Christmas hour, which I'm super excited about. We're doing Halloween as well. We're doing it all today. But I'm thinking snow. Could we cut ripples in this for snow in the window to decorate on the way to Christmas? Putting this around the bottom of the bucket that you keep your Christmas tree in, that would be fun. What about using this for the cuff on a stocking? Yeah, or on a tree skirt. There's different ways you can use these fleeces. It's a lovely bright white. So that's going to help to make the fabrics that you put it behind glow. If you're using, especially things like pastels and white in your quilts or in your bags, if you put an unbleached or a kind of yellowish creamish batting behind that, that's going to dull the colour down. If you want to keep your bright fabrics looking bright in a finished quilt or a wall hanging or a bag, you need to use a white batting, and this is a beautiful bright white. Has that kind of optical brightening effect. Now $7.99 is our price for today only. At midnight it will go back up to $9.99. So take advantage of this early bird and grab multiple packs of this. I would really multi-order this. Super one for your stash. A question from Carrie. Hi, what is the email address to send a photo in? Thanks, Carrie. Well, Elliot, over to you. There you go, Carrie, and everybody else. studio@sewingstreet.com. That'll come straight to the gallery. Now, we know that Carrie made a beautiful dress, and hopefully she's going to send in a picture to show us. She made that yesterday. What did you make yesterday? Send in some pictures. Same address, studio@sewingstreet.com. And love to see what you were working on yesterday, or indeed this week. Now, a message from Katie. Morning, Katie. Good morning, Stuart. You're doing a wonderful job with a very soothing voice. Thank you. Does H640 come without adhesive, please? Katie, it doesn't. It doesn't come without the fusible, but you could just sew it in. If you don't want to fuse this to fabric, then treat it as a sewing interfacing and just baste around the outside edge into your pieces. If you're going to iron your work, then obviously it is going to fuse to it. But no, it doesn't come without the fusible. If you were using it inside something that you couldn't iron it to because maybe it was such a delicate fabric, then you could always fuse a layer of something like, thinking of a very, very light cotton. I'm thinking of, I want to call it batiste. Is it batiste? There's something. It'll come to me. There's a very, very lightweight fabric that you could fuse to the back of this first, and then that would kind of deal with the fusible. Let me think on that. If you know at home what I'm jabbering on about, do email in. Okay, so this is your early bird. £7.99 for a full metre by 90 centimetres. We've got another message. This is from Elizabeth in West Yorkshire. Morning, lovely man. Good morning. My Elna 680 is at 10 this morning. It's arriving at 10 this morning, so getting a bit giddy. First project planned is the craft caddy from your book in Liberty. Ooh, that sounds gorgeous. Please send us a picture when you've got that done, Elizabeth. Don't expect you to have it all done today, although I wouldn't be surprised if you crack straight on. That's a lovely project. Actually, I saw a gorgeous version done the other day on Instagram using this really funky modern fabric. I should be so interested to see how it looks in Liberty. It's really exciting to hear that your 680 plus from Elna is arriving. It's a fabulous machine. It's only just come back into stock just a few days ago. We're down to well below 20% of our stock left. So if you were thinking of treating yourself before Christmas, I would get ahead. Yeah, I would really recommend that you order that sooner rather than later. For the rest of this month, it's at that low price of £1,099, but it will go up on the 1st of October. Now, a lovely message from Meg, who's in West Yorkshire. Good morning, Stuart. Looking forward to spending the morning with you, Meg. I'm looking forward to spending the morning with you too. Meg, talking of this morning, let's have a look at the menu. Okay, so at 8 o'clock, we've got fabulous fabrics, and they are. It's a bit of an animal takeover at 8 o'clock. Got loads of animal-themed fabrics. We're going to be going wild. Now, at 9 o'clock, we've got the Hydrangea Cushion with Allison Marion. I'm so excited to spend a couple of hours with Allison, and her Hydrangea cushions are beautiful. Lots of colour options. Look at those. Absolutely beautiful, sculptural piece. Already selling on pre-order. You're loving those. I've been fawning all over those cushions this morning. I just think they're beautiful. And I can't wait to spend a couple of hours with Allison. At 10, it's the Christmas hour. Now, forgive me, but yeah, we've only got 100 or so sleeps till Christmas, 101 sleeps till Christmas. It will be here before you know it. And I always start my crafting for Christmas nice and early, usually about February. So this is late for me. So that's at 10 o'clock, the Christmas hour, and we've got loads of fun things there. Also, before I forget, bang on 10 o'clock, we've got our manager's special, and it is bang on 10 o'clock. Neil will be here with me in the studio. It's an amazing one today. We're going to actually, at 9 o'clock, we're going to start to pre-sell. Yeah, you can pre-order the manager's special from 9 o'clock. I will remind you, because I know you're going to want to get ahead with this one and stock up, shall we say. So that's at 10. We'll be meeting Neil in the studio and then going on to a full hour of Christmas. Then at 11, Allison Marion is back with her Halloween apron. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. There's a grown-ups and a child's version. I'll have the treat, please. There's my pumpkin spice latte. And do you see that amazing bit of colouring in the background? Allison's bringing this amazing panel to us. It is huge, it is incredible value, and it looks like a whole weekend of keeping the kids out of mischief while they have fun colouring that in. So, well worth having a tune in at 11 with Allison Marion. And then at 12 o'clock we go to Yarn Lane, and I'm going to be meeting Helen Ingram from Woolly Chic, and she's going to be showing us tea cozies. There are some really cute products in that hour. So don't forget to join me on Yarn Lane at 12 o'clock too. Now then, if you want to pre-order anything from this morning, you absolutely can. You can't buy the manager's special just yet, but at 9 o'clock we are going to bring that in. So go to www.sewingstreet.com, click on the Watch Live button, and there we are. Scroll down. On the left you've got the early bird, and on the right the bestseller, which funnily enough is the early bird. Don't blame you. And then look at all these lovely fabrics coming up. I told you we were going animal crackers. So there's all our fabrics we'll be looking at this morning. We've got some great stuff. Really looking forward to that. Good fun. I have bought that. Hello, Tim Holtz. And it is called, that range is called The Abandoned. I love Tim Holtz, and that is a fabulous fat quarter bundle. I've already bought mine this morning. We're limited stock on that though. Sorry guys. That's why I had to grab it before the show. It's naughty, I know, but I just love his fabrics. So you can go all the way down, all more animal bits and bobs. We've got some lovely solids. There's Allison Marion's projects. Look at those hydrangeas. And then launching into Christmas. It's not too early, believe me. Some great stuff there. Oh, things are selling out already. Oh, sold out. Oh no, but still lots of lovely things. Gingerbread Man crochet kit, got my eyes on that. I'm going to ask Helen Ingram to teach me to crochet later. There's Allison Marion's Halloween apron. Halloween. We've got the panel on its own, actually. You can buy that panel on its own. So look, you've got some gorgeous bunting there, the stuff for the apron as well. And there's that extra large colouring in panel, 140 centimetres by 104 centimetres. It is huge, £7.99. Sounds like a peaceful weekend to me. We've also got the colouring in pens that you'll need. Don't forget to pre-order those too, £12.99 for a pack of 10. Oh, and there's the Elna, £6.80. Don't forget that. Hidden away, out of sight, but definitely not out of your minds. And definitely not out of, was it Elizabeth, whose machine's arriving at 10? When it does arrive, do send us a picture, won't you? Unboxing. Or it'd probably be a bit too frantic then, won't it? Sending in a picture to me will be the last thing on your mind. Okay, let's start with our brand new fabrics. In a mega bundle. There are lots of options on this one, individually and in pairs as well. Check ahead on the website if you want to, but this is our mega bundle. Now then, I'm thinking children's quilts here for absolute sure, but also anybody who loves a bit of monkey business. Absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous bundle of fabric there. Now you've actually got 6 metres of fabric, so 12 different options, and a ½ metre of that is absolutely free. Fab value, saving £6.99 straight off, aren't you, just for getting a ½ metre of fabric. And it's got a wonderful animal theme. Now there's so much you can do with a ½ metre. If you want some inspiration, my lovely friend Debbie Shaw has written many books using ½ a yard. And ½ a metre is just slightly more, so it gives you that little bit of extra wiggle room. Have a look at some of her books for inspiration. But bags, quilts, clothing, home decor projects, all sorts. What about hats? What about things for babies? What about for your little alligator, for bibs, burping cloths? You could make bunting. What about an animal crackers birthday party? You could make fun little hats using these, fused onto a nice heavyweight, something like Decaville, fused first, cut out and coiled up to make like a little cone hat, piece of elastic, bit of trim. That would be really fun. And also, of course, matching bibs. I'm thinking about an adult party here, obviously. No, but little old babies and toddlers all done up in these. Absolutely gorgeous. That's the whole bundle. And within there, of course, you've got your flamingos, monkeys, you've got rhinoceros, zebras, buffalo. Wow. Water buffalo, I think. Very cute. Or, yeah. Oh, love a bit of mozzarella. I always have to bring it down to food, don't I? Crocodiles or alligators, not sure which. A whole medley, a whole melody of animals. And then kind of on safari, we'll have a proper look at the individual fabrics in a sec. Leopard, wow, gorgeous, love that. Thinking a really nice evening bag. Yeah, forget the children, have that for your gorgeous evening bag. Lovely, mixed with either a hot pink or plain black, chocolate brown, really nice. And then an all over leopard print as well. I mean, these are just gorgeous fabrics, aren't they? Also, I'll tell you another thing I do love an I Spy quilt. If you've never made an I Spy quilt, the idea is that you choose fabrics that have got things on them. I know all fabrics have got things on them, but interesting things like a tractor. Where did that come from? Why did I think of a tractor? A tractor. Leopards, flamingos, a water buffalo, numbers, all sorts of different things. And then create a quilt out of them with also lots of planes as well. And then you can sit and play games with kids. Can you find the leopard? Can you find something beginning with B? All these different games that you can play. It's a really fun quilt to make. This would be a fantastic starting point. Maybe you've already got some fabrics that would be suitable. There we go, something beginning with B, buffalo. This is so much fun. So that's your mega bundle. You're getting 12 different fabrics, half a metre of each. Remember, one of those half metres is free. 6 metres in total, $76.89. We've got less than 10 of these available now. Gosh, if you want the mega bundle, be quick. We've had a lovely message from Sheila. Good morning, Sheila. Hi, my Elna 680 has been delivered between 2 and 3. So excited. Love Sheila. So Sheila, you can watch all morning, get loads of inspiration, and then 2 o'clock, fire her up, pedal to the metal, and away you go. What an exciting day. I mean, the great thing about the 680, it is so easy to use. It is intuitive. I mean, that's one of the things I just love about modern technology. There's lots of things like computers that scare me, but modern sewing machines are so intuitive. I'm motivated. Let's be honest. I'm motivated to learn. But the Elna 680 is a very, very simple machine to use. It gives very, very sophisticated looking results. Great combination. I'm really excited for you, Sheila. 2 o'clock can't come soon enough. Okay, so a great range of fabrics there. That's our mega bundle at $76.89. If you've already gone for the H640 and you've already checked out, remember, you've already paid your postage and packing. You won't pay any extra. Now, shall we have a look at the individual fabrics? Because you might well want these by the half metre. These will be cut for you. So if you want to multi-buy on these 2 or 3 units, you'll get a full metre and a half. So here's that gorgeous leopard print. These are called Cocoa Safari and they're from Stoff. Really lovely quality. And you can see by my hands the scale. So it's a mid to small scale print. But even from a distance, this is always going to read as leopard. It's terrific fabric, lovely detail. What about a little set to take to class? Might be quilting class, it might be university or college, might be school. Pencil case, a book jacket maybe. Our director's just said he wants to make himself a loincloth. He's got a little bit of a Tarzan complex going on, hasn't he? Goodness me. Well, I think that's definitely something to think about, Elliot. It's definitely something to think about. I'm just, I'm really hoping now that this sells out faster than Elliot can get to a telephone and order some. Because the very idea of him making a loincloth terrifies me. Oh, it's his birthday at the end of the month. Maybe he could make it for that. Gorgeous. Don't worry about inviting me to the party. I'm busy. Goes rather nicely with my jacket, with my shirt today, I think. Love that. That's the leopard print. £6.99 for half a metre. It's a quilt weight cotton, of course. Beautiful, beautiful. It's 112 centimetres wide, so standard width, 44 inches. It's got a lovely golden mustard background to this, and then with that lovely deep gold and black picking out the leopard. Stunning that. That would be really lovely quilted with metallic gold thread, wouldn't it? Or a really heavyweight, maybe like thick black cotton as well for top stitching on that. I'm thinking the front of an evening bag would be absolutely beautiful. Maybe you could combine this with your Vliseline H640, make yourself a gorgeous little bag. What about a lunch bag? Ooh, what about cushions, storage boxes? So much you could do with a fabric like this. It's very on trend, adds a little bit of glamour. Never really goes out of fashion, doesn't it? Does it, rather? Absolutely lovely. Now, if you want to team that with another fabric, what about this one, the leopards? This is great fun. £6.99 for a half metre. Somewhere between quite a realistic and a more whimsical drawing. I love him waving here. Hiya, you all right? Hiya. I like the little paw prints as well. You can just about see these, they're little paw prints. Very subtle, but great fun. Love that the background isn't just a solid. It's a sort of grungy mixture of light and dark green. Super print that, really fun. What about lunch bags to send the children off to school with? A little leopard, some thermolan in the centre, yeah, to insulate it a little bit. I think that's fun, really lovely. They're a great range, aren't they? They're an absolutely gorgeous range. Now, if you want, I think the flamingos would be fun. Or are they eagles, Elliot? I'm not sure. I'm not so good at naming animals. There we go, pink flamingos. And these ones are wearing pith helmets. Do you see? They're wearing pith helmets. So these are, oh gosh, our producer and director are both very young, so they don't know what they are. So these are the kind of helmets that they used to wear exploring the jungle. When, I think, first of all, I looked and thought, why are they wearing like construction helmets? I love that the flamingo is a bit glamorous and has eyelash extensions. Those definitely aren't falses, they're extensions, aren't they? Gorgeous. And possibly nail polish too. Did you know that flamingos are only that bright pink because of their diet? They have to eat a particular type of crustacean, I think, and that's where their feathers get the pink colouring from. If they don't eat those or have a supplement, then they lose that bright pink colouring. Yeah. I think the colour fades out. I don't think they ever go white, but I think it's much, much paler. Not sure. Not sure. That is fun, isn't it? So that's on pink, but we've also got that same fabric on a grey background. This would be great for a bag, a work bag, I think. Show your fun side. Make my attaché case using this. I think that would be really fun. Take it to the office and show your wild side. What about what about a work bag if you do work in construction? I think you could argue that this is a safety helmet. I'm not sure why a flamingo would be wearing one, but it's a really fun print. It's a really fun print. And of course, if you're multi-buying these, you could definitely use these to make things like shirts. I mean, children's shirts, a little boy's shirt in that would be so awesome. It would be absolutely adorable. Great. Pinafore dress. Now you've got a chance to buy this by the half metre, but if you wanted to combine the two and have a half metre of each, we've got a little bundle. There it is, £13.49, and you get half a metre of the pink and half a metre of the grey. There it is, Cocoa Safari Flamingo fabric bundle. So a metre in total, £13.49. You're getting a little saving. You're getting a little saving by buying those two together. But if that's what you want, don't buy half a metre of that individually, half a metre of that individually, because otherwise you'll end up paying more. Go for the bundle. It's a separate option. All right, so that's our flamingos. And of course you can also get the leopard and the leopard skin fabric as a bundle as well. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. These do come as a bundle. Now let me show you them individually. So this is a great, now this would be super actually if you wanted to make an I Spy quilt, because you've got lots of different options on here. So for example, you could fussy cut over here. Can you find the meerkats? Okay, again, with the little helmet on, can you find the meerkats? Can you find the zebras? There they are. And so on. You would just fussy cut those. Love the fact that we've got, here we go, we've got the animals on safari. We've got the water buffalo. We've got some lovely trees. Monkeys, rhinos, all sorts of different animals. These must be alligators? I don't know. I don't really know the difference. Are these crocodiles? I'd be rubbish at playing I Spy, wouldn't I? I'd lose every time. They're crocodiles, thank you. They're crocodiles. Okay, excellent. Message from Mary, you've saved me. Thank you, Mary. Animal fabric, good for school bags. Make several as they will get grubby. Or party bags, different one for each child. Mary, what fantastic ideas. Yeah, I'm really liking the idea of a safari party, birthday party for children, or indeed Elliot for his birthday, with fun little hats, party bags, placemats, themed napkins. Gorgeous fabric that, really love it. Lovely idea that, Mary, thank you. And then this is a different fabric. Oh, that's a lot of fun too. That is a lot of fun. So this one is all about the safari vehicle, isn't it? The Jeep. They're all there in the Jeeps, off on safari, tracking different animals and birds. We're not going on a bear hunt this time. We're going on safari. Gorgeous. So you can buy these individually by the half metre at £6.99 for a half metre, but these two are also available in a little bundle together. So these two fabrics together at £13.49 again. There's your code on screen if you want to go for this gorgeous little bundle, Cocoa Safari on Tour. The animals on tour. Great stuff. Maybe you want to make a Noah's Ark style quilt and you need all those animals. Lots to choose from there. Now then, the next one we've got are the crocodiles on their own. This is lovely. Again, I'm really sort of inspired with a gorgeous shirt. That would make such a fantastic, or like a little jumpsuit. Yeah, combine top and shorts together. That would be really fun for the summer. Very nice. Or baby grow. You know, well, not a baby grow as such, like you know the like a grow bag for sleeping in. Lovely soft padded lining, that on the outside for your little crocodile. Love these greens, beautiful emeralds. Love the natural background too. It's a really smart fabric, that. And great for a rucksack for school or nursery. You know, make something individual. Be great to see what you're making with these when you get them. Now the next one is the water buffalo. It's a bit special, this one. I like this. Lovely gold background. That is stunning. Lounge pants. Lounge pants. I've just bought myself a lovely mustard yellow t-shirt that's so soft, it's gorgeous. These would make the most gorgeous lounge pants to team with that theme. And yeah, love that. It's got a lovely look. Now that we're mixing together, what about a little sleepover bag? I'm staying for the weekend. Here's my water buffalo bag. If anybody needs me, I'll be in the jacuzzi. Oh, that's your water buffalo. All standard width, of course, quilt weight cotton. Beautiful. Now this is a stunning one. Love that turquoisey background. Great with the black and white of the zebra. Isn't that a beautiful fabric? Just for a sense of scale, there in my hands. Love all this multi-directional on the print as well, which means that wherever you cut it, however you orientate that fabric, it's still going to work beautifully. You're not going to feel like, oh, I got the fabric upside down. A message from Marjorie. Morning. All these fabrics would make great sun hats for children. That is a brilliant idea, Marjorie. Yes, sun hats. Now, in my very first book, actually, So Fabulous, there's a pattern for a sun hat. So if you've got my first book, So Fabulous, have a look. It's in the back, in the gifting chapter. And there's a really fun, just a wide-brimmed, easy bucket hat. Super, yeah. All for adults, of course, as well. It's a great idea, Marjorie. I like that. Now then, what about rhinos? What about rhinos and this rhino? Now, what's he doing? What's this little white? Is he drawing? I think he's certainly relaxing. I think he's drawing, isn't he? He's drawing a picture, possibly a selfie. Very cute. Gorgeous, bright, mustardy background as well. I just think these are lovely, fun prints, aren't they? Just screaming, make gifts for children, make things for kids. Really lovely. Nice to add trims to clothes with as well. You know, I mean, I did a hack a few years ago where I took a child's t-shirt and then added a skirt to it and a little bit of trim around the neckline. A little bit around the armholes. You could add a pocket as well to a bought t-shirt or a bought shirt. Nice way to customise, easy peasy. And then final two fabrics. Now these are available on their own or as a bundle of two. Nice blue and turquoise background. Let's go with turquoise first. So this is monkeys. Monkeys on jade. This really reminds me of No More Monkeys jumping on the bed. Used to love doing that with the kids at school. Get them all standing up, jumping around. Great fun. Really nice colour background as well. Makes the whole thing pop. No more monkeys jumping on the bed. A little shirt. Or a little shirt with a pair of shorts. So cute. I do love making children's wear. It's so fun. Little miniature versions of adult clothes, always fun to make, and much easier to handle, quicker make if you're a first-time dressmaker. Let's go for something nice and simple. Easy fastenings. Yeah, they're a good fun project. This is nice. Love the fact that we've got a little combo going on here. Nice bit of movement in the fabric too. Little monkeys' faces in the background. And then kind of leaping monkey and a very sort of watchful meerkat. I am watching you. I am watching you. I'm looking out for you, making sure you get the best deals. Don't forget our manager's special at 10 o'clock, but it will be on pre-order at 9 o'clock. So if you want to get ahead, it's a big one. So I know you will want to jump on and pre-order. So I'll remind you at 9 o'clock as soon as it's gone live on pre-order so you can get ahead. And then I'll be really looking forward to meeting Neil at 10 o'clock. And bringing him into the studio. Those monkey fabrics together, remember, you can buy as a bundle and get yourself a little saving. £13.49. Half a metre of each. Oh, what about adding some solids? You might have some in your stash. You might see some solids on the website that would go really nicely too. You could pop a little bit of black in there or a little bit of this golden mustard. That would be nice. That would make it pop. If you want to make it go a little bit further. So that's the whole bundle. If you want the mega bundle, you can do that, but it is extremely limited. There's that lovely big bundle. 12 fabrics, remember. Half a metre of each, 6 metres in total, but you're only paying for 5.5 metres. Now, if you're making for school fairs, craft fairs, drawstring bags, maybe pump bags, sun hats, all sorts of things, lunch bags, make and sell. Absolutely lovely. Now then, Tim Holtz. This is the one I bought this morning. So literally, as soon as I saw it, I said, okay, I want to buy that. I want to buy that, please. Verified purchaser. That would be me. Tim just does the most amazing fabrics, and I've loved Tim Holtz ever since he started making fabrics. I'm going to open this up because I can't help myself. And again, you know, when I wrote my very first book, I devoted a whole chapter, the dining room chapter, to Tim Holtz, and used his fabrics for the whole chapter. So again, if you've got So Fabulous, have a look there. These are, I mean, just incredible. You've got to open them up because, hello, oh, it just makes me go weak. It is incredible. It's a piece of art, isn't it? I mean, stretched over a frame and just stapled, you know, an art frame, just staple that, iron it first, of course, and staple it down. It's just a piece of art. One whole cushion front, or as a background to some other kind of applique. I mean, it's incredible. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, I'm really excited about receiving this now. I'll be the one emailing in saying, Stuart from Yorkshire, I've just received my Tim Holtz bundle and I can't wait. Can't I just take this one, please? Oh my goodness. We're extremely limited stock on this one. It is just so beautiful. You know, one of the reasons why I had to jump on buying this morning is I've seen these fabrics. I've had a look online and seen these fabrics before. Joan, if you're watching, Joan, look. Ah, it's amazing. And they always sell out. I've never managed to get this bundle. It's always sold out before I could get it. Just absolutely stunning. You've got this amazing deep purple. So you've got a mixture of these sort of distressed tonals and then these most incredible feature prints. And every single one of them is just a piece of art. I mean, a bag flap. I mean, everything else can be plain about the bag, but just using this for the bag flap or even some details, it's absolutely stunning. The colours in this are just the richest autumn shades. We have that many left. I'm not kidding. When I say this is really limited, we have literally got that many. This is the one that I'm going to get sent, isn't it? The one that I've had my hands all over. Ooh, this is a lovely one. Let me show you this. The range is called Abandoned. Wow, you're getting 14 fat quarters in this bundle. There's such a lot of fabric there. This would mix really well with Dan Morris as well, wouldn't it? Oh, everything about this range is gorgeous. There's one left. There's one left. I'm thinking of so many different things to use my bundle for, but I'm especially thinking bags, wallets, small accessories. Just delicious from start to finish. This is stunning. Look at that one. And of course, if you've ever done paper crafting using Tim Holt's papers, which is of course where it all started for him, you know, you'll know his style is this sort of distressed, aged, grungy, almost sort of damaged, like water damage, but I mean in such an artistic way. He uses architectural features, he uses script, maps. Now these look to me like American fat quarters, so there will be fat quarter yards, you know, from a half a yard and then cut down. That's amazing, isn't it? It's like a thunderstorm, but it's also like leather or cracked paintwork. I'm going to do a really good job of refolding these because I know I'm going to be the one that ends up taking these home. You coming home with me? There's one bundle left. If you don't have it, I will. Just saying. Congratulations to everyone who bought the Tim Holtz Abandoned. I don't think we'll get it back in. I think that's probably the last. Oh, it's sold out. Okay. So I got my one. Hurrah. Well done you if you got that as well. Absolutely stunning. I shall pop that to one side. And let's see what else we have. Now we've got a gorgeous Lewis and Irene panel here. Let me grab it. Oh gosh, that's all one panel. I thought that was two panels. Wow, this is amazing. Oh, that's lovely. Liking that very much. So, bit of a Scottish theme going on here, I think. Highland cattle on one side, like a big double panel there. Oh, I see it's shaped. How much fun is that? Is that for a... Ooh, I'm just working out what you use that for. That's super. Right, let's have a look at the other side while I'm thinking. So, two cushion panels, absolutely gorgeous. Thistles, and then this fab Celtic work. A lot of fun, that one, if you wanted to add some hand quilting or some machine quilting around the Celtic motif. But you could also embellish that. You could bead, you could embroider along, maybe using something like a metallic or a variegated thread. That would be lovely. You could practice free motion quilting in there too. You could even, if you wanted to, you could cut and make narrow bias, and you could do bias Celtic work all around there. Amazing. Amazing. So inspirational, these panels. You've got this super thistle, very autumnal looking, I think. Really nice for a quick freshen up. And that's a lovely, lovely colour palette, isn't it? Those deep rusty reds, barn red, nice pinks and purples as well, and that lovely soft green. That is absolutely splendid. Loving that. And then, of course, you've got these two Highland Goos. The Highland Goo. And this is shaped around here and then mirrored around here. So I'm thinking shaped cushion. So I'm thinking this is a front and a back for a shaped cushion, so that when this is made up, you've actually got this shape, a real kind of feature shape. That is lovely. That in the centre of the sofa, and then the thistles on one side and the Celtic work on the other. How splendid. I'm thinking also, wouldn't this look lovely in a touring caravan or a mobile home, something like that? That would be fun, especially if you're going on a trip to the Highlands. You could mix and match this with some tartans, couldn't you, or plaids? Plaid fabric would work really well with this. Charlie and I keep talking about getting some Highland cows for the farm. We went to an agricultural show a few weeks ago in Yorkshire, and we saw some baby and adult Highland cows, but they weren't the traditional gingery auburn colour. There was one that looked like the most expensive blonde highlights in sort of caramelly brown hair ever. You know, like if you'd spent about £300 getting really expensive highlights, that calf just had that hair. There was a lot of hair envy going on. Just beautiful. We have only got a handful of these panels left, by the way, so please be really, really quick. There's less than 10 and they're going to be gone in record time, I think. Now, I asked you earlier on to send in pictures of what you were making yesterday during that rather glum and rainy day. And you've sent in pictures. Thank you so much. Let's see. Oh, my goodness, Karen, this is what I've been up to. A variation on Delphine's Elfrid. These are superhero elves. They are absolute knockouts, Karen. I love them. What else have we got? Oh, Carrie, here's your dress. Morning, Sewing Studio. And Stuart, loved watching yesterday whilst I made a dress. It needs hemming, but here it is, me trying it on. I started it at 9:30 and got it done in time for school, for the school run. Love, Carrie. Oh, that is absolutely gorgeous. Carrie's very clever. She does most gorgeous dressmaking. And another one. You have been busy. Oh, adorable. These are the 3 cushion fronts I finished yesterday. Keep up the good work, Stuart. Regards, Carol. Carol, I will keep up the good work if you do too. Those are fab. Those are absolutely gorgeous. Look at those. So cute. Well, you were keeping busy yesterday. What about today? Thanks for your company here on Sewing Street, and don't forget you can message the studio if you want to send in a picture or tell us what you've been working on recently, yesterday, today. So studio@sewingstreet.com, and we'll get your message. Or if you go online, there's a little box just underneath the live feed, and you can send us a quick message there as well. Now, in 5 minutes, we're going to be putting the manager's special on pre-order a whole hour early. So have a look on the website. Check out on the Hydrangea Cushions. Remember, if you want to pre-order those too, I'll be spending an hour with Allison Marion very, very soon, in about 5-10 minutes. So now we're off to a break. See you soon.
Hi there, my name's Allison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups, and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Hi, it's me Neil and I have a surprise for you. I've been scouring the warehouse and for the entire week starting Monday the 13th of September to Sunday the 19th of September I'll be bringing you a manager special every day. So for 7 days I'll be here live bringing you an amazing auction with amazing savings. So make sure you tune in and don't miss out.
Is that okay, Elliot? You're not going to do anything funny with my voice, are you?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi there, my name's Allison and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
You came back. I knew you would. Welcome back to Sewing Street, everybody. Thanks for staying with us and for joining us. If you've just joined us, what a wonderful start to the day we've already had. Now, as promised, we've got our Manager's Special launching a little bit early. Well, it's on pre-order. We promised we'd get it onto the website for 9 o'clock, and it's there. You can shop ahead. We will have Neil in the studio at 10 o'clock to talk about our Manager's Special properly, but you can pre-order now. So jump on, pre-order. Don't forget to check out. Now, how do you get to our website? How do you get to pre-order? Let me show you how. So just go onto our website, www.sewingstreet.com. Click Watch Live. And then scroll, and then to the right hand side you'll see pre-order. Click right there and then scroll down. Now I think it's probably going to be at the very bottom. No, there it is. Designer Mystery Fat Quarter pack of 10. So that's what our Manager Special is today. It is a 10 fat quarter pack of all designer fabrics. There's some Tula Pink in there, I spy. We've got things like Tilda. We've got some Dan Morris. We've got Riley Blake, Tim Holtz. We've got all sorts of fabulous designer fabrics. They're all designer fabrics. They're all quilt weight cotton. You're getting 10, you're getting fat quarters. Now remember, at the moment, that price is the full price. I can't tell you what the final price is going to be, but you know, when Neil arrives at 10, he will say what price he's decided on, and your price will drop. Even if you've pre-order now and you check out, you'll still get that final price. I've got one of the mystery bundles right here just to show you. This is one example, which just chose it at random. Got some amazing fabrics here. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh gosh, is it too late for me to pre-order these as well? I want this one. These are absolutely, look. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now you won't know what's going to come through your door. That's part of the fun, isn't it? It's part of the fun of getting a mystery bundle. Oh, this is like a Dan Morris smorgasbord, and then gorgeous stained glass window fabric at the end. So that's one option that you might get. It's a mystery, who knows, but you're going to get 10 beautiful designer fat quarters. Well done to all of you who are already checking out, jumping straight on. I don't blame you. You're an hour early. You're an hour early. You won't be paying $37.99. I'm trying to make up for the fact that we were about an hour late yesterday with our manager special. But we've got Neil in the studio today, which I'm excited about. I know you love seeing Neil. So we'll get Neil working. Well, join us at 10. Stick around for the whole hour, of course, because I've got wonderful Allison Marion with me, and with gorgeous product, brand new products. I did want to just read out a couple of quick messages before we go further. Some lovely messages from you. Sue says, morning Stuart, lovely day here in Hastings, watching you from my holiday caravan. From Sue. Lovely. Love H640, Stuart, use it all the time. That's from Hilary. Don't forget you can still get your early bird. H640, I know you love it. I love it too. $7.99 today instead of $9.99. Really good time to buy. Stock up. Good morning, Stuart, says Kate. Catching an hour before packing the motorhome up to move on from St Ives to Torbay. Loving the show. Oh, lucky you. Gorgeous. Is everybody on holiday at the moment? John's on holiday. Claire is referring to the Alison Marion's colouring in panel, Halloween panel. I said would keep the kids out of mischief. Kids out of mischief, Claire says. Have you met my kids? That will end up all over my walls. Fabulous. I love it. I love it. So many of you watching this morning. Thanks for your company. We've got a gorgeous hour for you with the wonderful Alison Marion. I've been very excited about this morning because I've been watching some of Alison Marion's previous shows, and I just can't wait to get chatting with her and see some of her tips and tricks and ideas for using fabrics. Now let's have a look and see what we're going to be making with Alison today. We have got the most gorgeous Hydrangea cushions. There are two of them. Now there's two different sizes. You can make either size from your kit. This is brand new. This is brand new. A wonderful, wonderful project. Now there is the large size Hydrangea cushion, and that's in rose pink. We've got 5 different options. We've got 5 different options. Let me show you. Here's the kit. This is the rose kit version. Now we know with Alison Marion kits, we're going to get everything we need in our kit. Alison's absolutely meticulous about putting everything you need in there. Lovely picture on the front as well, amongst the hydrangeas. Let's open it up. Is that in your garden, Alison?
It is, yes.
Oh, beautiful. So you've got your instructions, full instructions there. Fantastic, really nice and clear. Full-size templates as well. You've got your demo from today, of course, don't forget that. Okay, so we've got some embroidery floss, we've got our matching zip, and my goodness, what a perfect match as well. That is absolutely beautiful. We've got a 1/2 metre of the rose pink cotton, that's Rose and Hubble, for using for the back of your cushion as well. And then we've got our beautiful felts, we've got some green for the leaves. That's lovely and bright. We've also got all our felt that we need for the petals on our hydrangea too. All package, very giftable, this, very giftable. And don't forget, of course, you've got those wonderful, wonderful instructions from Allison. Now, that's the rose pink, and that's the version that you can see on the left-hand side. 5 different colour options. I'm thinking a whole garden full of hydrangea cushions in your conservatory. Group them, large and medium-sized cushions together, or use them as accents. Oh, that is absolutely beautiful. So that's our first colourway, that's the rose. That's the rose. Now then, where should we go next? Let's go amethyst. My birthstone, actually, amethyst. I'm a February born. This is the hydrangea cushion in amethyst. Oh, this is lovely. Now, I do love purple. It is a favourite of mine. And I love the fact that the greens are a little bit different in this. You've got your 1/2 metre of fabric for the back, and you've got your matching zip. We've got your embroidery floss, and then, oh, this is lovely. It's almost like a minty green, isn't it? Really lovely with the purple. And then that gorgeous, rich felt in purple or amethyst for making this version. So that's a super version. Of course, you're getting your instructions as well. Same instructions throughout. That's our only purple option. So if you love purple, that's the one to go for. £19.99 for that whole kit. It's a brilliant price. And remember, you can make the small version if you want to, but you've got enough in your kit to make that large size as well. It's really stunning. And of course, you've got the instructions then, and you can remake. You could buy more felt, more embroidery floss. I suspect actually you'd have enough embroidery floss there to make a few of these. But you could then make more of them. But while we've got all those beautiful colours, why not multi-buy this? Let's go Wedgwood now. This is a very, very pretty colour. I love the packaging. I love the fact that everything comes in a box, because then of course you can take this with you when you go. This is some hand sewing, some handwork. So great to take along in front of the TV, but also if you're taking the kids now to, after school clubs or rugby practice or, sports, tennis, swimming, take this along with you. A little bit of hand sewing. This is the Wedgwood, and you've got that beautiful Wedgwood blue backing and zip. You've got your lovely bright chartreuse green, embroidery floss and green for your leaf, and then that smashing, and that is a really gorgeous Wedgwood blue felt there. That is lovely. That would look very nice in a Cornish cottage, Alison. That really would. So lovely. So that's the Wedgwood blue option. Now, next we've got fuchsia. This is stunning. This would work so well. I mean, all of the colours would work well with each other. But if you've gone for the, I want to call it wisteria. It's not wisteria, amethyst. The amethyst, wouldn't this go well? This is the fuchsia option. Oh, wow, that's stunning. Absolutely beautiful. You've got your backing, you've got your zip. Look at that. That is absolutely gorgeous. And you're getting a really nice big piece of felt there. Let me show you. In fact, you're getting 3 large squares. So loads of felt there in your kit for creating the petals. Alison's going to show us how to do that. Looks like a lovely, soothing, relaxing project to light a fire, pop something lovely on an audio book or something on the radio or a favourite film. Whenever I want to sort of concentrate and sort of watch TV, I just put one of my favourite films that I already know inside out. I should be asking Alison what her favourite film is. What's yours? What's your favourite film to craft along with? Our director's favourite film to craft along with is The Matrix. Interesting. Mine would be, I don't know, I'm going to think about it. Our final colourway, Delphinium. That stunning, stunning blue. Wow. Now this immediately makes me think of Miss Marple and the blue hydrangea. I'm sure Alison knows what I'm talking about. You've got your zip, your embroidery floss, this stunning blue felt, and dazzling green to go with. Really striking. Just think about how much impact this is going to have in your sitting room, maybe in your kitchen, on a kitchen chair, maybe in your conservatory, or in the caravan, in the motorhome, in your craft room. Absolutely beautiful. So many different options. Oh, Alison Marion, you are clever. Love it. What a great project, and a great project for the autumn and winter, when we want something to keep us cosy by the fire, nice and snuggly, the kind of thing that you're not going to need a sewing machine for until perhaps those final stages of making up the cushion. And even then you could hand stitch that, I suspect. Alison, welcome to the morning.
Thank you very much.
It's so lovely to have you here.
Nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you as well. Now, what sort of skill levels required to make this cushion?
Oh, beginner. It really is beginner. I'm going to show you how to put in the zip. That I suppose is the most difficult, but it's not difficult because we're putting a lap zip, so it's going to be covered, and that's it really. That's the sewing done on the machine.
One thing.
But like you say, you could do it by hand if you wanted to.
Yeah. And you could even do an envelope back on this cushion, couldn't you?
You
if
could.
You wanted
I mean,
to, if you didn't want to use the zip.
I've matched up the zip, but obviously if you want to do another one, that's not absolutely necessary because it's going to be covered.
Yep.
Yeah,
Smashing.
absolutely a beginner, but it's not something you'll start at lunchtime and have finished by tea time. It's a nice slow sew, like you said, possibly in front of the TV.
Yes.
Or
bit of slow
music.
stitching.
Yeah.
I mean, slow stitching is very mindful, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It's relaxing.
Yeah.
It's a nice chilled project to do.
And also, I mean, the hydrangeas are my absolute favourite flowers because
are
they are
they?
so bold and they last for so long.
They
I mean, these
do.
pink ones in my garden, well, they range from the purple, the amethyst colour, to the rose gold, and then the next bush along is the fuchsia.
Ah.
So all the hydrangeas in my garden are on the lavender rose sort of colours.
End of the spectrum, yeah.
And I said to you earlier, when I lived in Cornwall, all of my garden was on the blue.
Is that because it's acidic?
It's the soil, because
Yeah, it's the
apparently you
soil.
can actually change the colour.
You can.
So, you know, you put a blue one in my garden, eventually it'll go through the purpley stage to pink. Yeah.
How cool. It's like litmus paper.
Yeah.
It's like litmus paper. If you thought you could never have a blue hydrangea in your garden, actually
have it
you
indoors.
can have a blue hydrangea in your house.
Yes.
Just go for either the Wedgwood or the Delphinium, or one of each.
Yeah, because
The
you do get the different
Wedgwood is
colours
the one
on
that
the
Alison's
bushes.
using.
I mean, this photo here, you can see that I've got the pink and the lilac in my bush at the moment at home.
Gorgeous. I love the fact that that's actually in your garden.
Yes.
A little bit of Alison Marion there. Absolutely beautiful. I can't tell what's cushion and what's hydrangea from here. Really lovely. It's such a great project, and I love the fact that you've designed this to be slow stitching, mindful, sitting and relaxing, because you know it is such a therapeutic thing to do, isn't it? Sewing and hand sewing in particular.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of talk in the industry about, you know, make it quick, make it fast, and there's a place for those
always
projects.
want that. No.
You don't.
No.
You don't.
No.
So you're working on the Wedgwood version.
I am, yes, and I've actually made my own cushion pad as well, because the pink one, the rose, that one is done on a standard 15-inch round cushion that you would buy. And I bought the for the cushion for the amethyst one as a 12-inch cushion, but it came and it was 11-inch, and I particularly don't know why. But I particularly wanted it to be 12 inches, and it also is good for me to try different sizes, so I can tell you what it actually takes out of the kit to do the different sizes. So that's just 2 circles sewn together, stuffed, and then...
And do you use fibre fill? Or?
Yeah, just a toy stuffing, or something that I do for for cushions is if I've got pillows that I'm not using anymore, I'll put them through the washing machine. And then as long as you pull them apart, you can then make your own cushions.
You can use that for the filling. Also, you can use your batting scraps for that, all chopped up. You can use those for cushions. Or just go to the website and we've got a variety of different cushion fillings, toy fillings. We've also got wool filling as well, which we had on the show yesterday. So this looks like a lovely, relaxing project.
Yes, I mean,
Where do we start?
There's 3 stages really. There's the cutting out, the assembling, and then you're actually going to make the cushion. So
will you talk us through step 1 then, the actual sort of layout? And...
Yeah, I tell you how to make your circle for your actual cushion pieces, and the fact that with your cushion here you use the same size, because I always, when I make cushions, make the cushion the same size as the cushion pad. I don't increase it because I like a full cushion.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh, there's nothing sadder than a non-plumptious cushion, is there? With the corners all flat and...
Yes.
Oh, totally in agreement with you.
So you make your circle and cut out 1 hole, and then you cut it down the centre and you add some pieces to the middle so that you've actually got your pieces for your lap zip.
Got you.
So that's all explained how to do that, and the sizes and everything that you need.
Fabulous.
The zip,
and we'll show you that in a little while, won't we?
Yes,
that process.
The zip is a 16-inch zip, so that you can go up to the 15-inch size. So that will do all the sizes. But I'll put that aside at the minute because we'll start with the cushion top.
I love that you've got the option to make either the 15-inch or the 12-inch, because then when you remake the cushion, you can do pairs, can't you? You can do a larger and a medium. Super idea.
Well, if I move that out of the way a minute, here's one that I've started and we're going to finish. I'll explain how we got there, and I'll show you how to do how to put on the flowers and the centres. But the easiest way to do it, rather than trace off and keep pinning, the easiest way to do it is to make yourself some templates. I mean, it can be a cereal packet, it can be anything, because then you can just draw round, and we're going to just draw round loads and loads. I mean, you can see there I've got 6 by 6, so each of my squares of felt have got 36 on them. And this 12-inch, I've got this left over from 2 felt, so I'm easily going to get that out of the 2 squares of felt.
Okay, and you tell us in the instructions how many flowers to cut out first.
Well, I mean, you can just cut out as many as you like and then carry on until you've actually covered, because you might want your flowers fuller.
Fuller, yes. Of course.
Because I've done that purposely too. The 15-inch, it's not sparse, but it's not as full as that one.
Understood.
And it's all different stages of the flower coming out.
Yes.
So really it depends on how many you want and how dense you want your flowers. But having the blending colour in the background helps with that, because as you look through, you're looking at the similar colour, and it just gives the different shades.
Yes, it is sort of multi-tonal, and I think as well, where you've got the shading and shadow almost, where it's 3-dimensional, it looks like there are loads of different colours mixed in there rather than one colour of felt, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a really clever project.
I've got the leaves already on here, but you don't put those on until after you would finish and leave yourself a little area here to put your leaves on. So I put all of these petals on, and then I've added the leaves. But the leaves are just 2 layers of felt, and then it's all in the instructions, just a running stitch to give the impression of the veins.
Great.
So that's holding the 2 together.
So we don't have to finish the edge because it's felt?
No, yes, it doesn't fray. So, I mean, if it starts to fluff up a bit, I think that's part of the attraction.
I agree with you.
Yeah, a little bit of extra texture there. I did consider doing them with pinking shears, but that wouldn't have looked right.
No, but I think that's a super effect that you've got, and I love the fact that there's the hand-stitched detail.
Yeah, you just want a little bit to give the impression of the veins, and you want it double so that it's a bit more substantial.
Yes.
It'd be very floppy if it was just
Absolutely.
single. Although
Jan's messaged in to say, good morning, lovely Stuart and Alison.
Morning, Jan.
I'm sure Alison will make us see it's not hard at all.
No,
Your
it
project
isn't.
looks
It's
so...
really easy.
Jane's messaging too. Good morning, Stuart. Looking forward to this next demo with Alison. You're doing a great job. It's lovely to see you on screen again. Oh, thank you. It's lovely to have Alison here, isn't it? Claire said, I know the Harry Potter films word for word, and I even know some of the books off by heart. Perfect crafting companions. Yes. What would your favourite film be to craft to, Alison?
I tend to have music on.
Oh, tell me what music.
Country music.
Oh, you love country music?
I do,
Me
yes.
too. What kind?
Modern country. Well, I was
Yeah?
brought up with the traditional, but now Ashley McBride, Luke Combs, things like that, yeah.
Fab.
Yeah.
Billy Currington is my favourite country star.
My daughter Becky, who
Yep.
lives in Cornwall, we go to the country festival at the O2 every year. Obviously not for the last 2 years,
No.
so we're desperate that it goes ahead next March.
I bet.
Whole
I
weekend,
bet.
just
Oh, I love country
such
music.
self-indulgence. Yeah, it's
Do
lovely.
you find yourself sewing along to it in time?
Yes, I do. I hadn't thought about it,
Yeah.
but yes, you do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Doing that hand
'Cause
stitching, keeping in time.
because you're singing along, aren't you?
Yeah, wonderful. What do you like to craft to? Music, the radio, audiobooks, or a film? Let us know. What about podcasts? Or maybe you always have Sewing Street on in the background.
I do in the morning.
Fabulous. So, all drawn out. Then what do you use for a drawing round template?
I've used a friction pen.
Okay.
And then once they're cut out, I'll show you in a second, once they're cut out, you can then just put a very cool line on and that will disappear. You could use chalk, you could use a pen, the disappearing pen, or
Yep.
the one that goes with water. You could just run a cloth over it or something like that.
But you want a pen that's going to disappear at the end. You
Yes.
don't want marks.
No, you don't want marks left. And if you use chalk, obviously you're going to have to rub it away, so
Yeah.
you are going to fluff up the outside edge. But as we said, that can be quite nice for the texture.
For sure. Extra texture.
Because you are going to see both sides.
You are. That is very true. That is
So
very
if you were
true.
to use a permanent marker, it wouldn't disappear.
Don't do it.
Something else I was going to mention, if you know somebody that's got a laminator, that's what I use for my templates. Without anything inside, you could put your template inside and have
Yep.
it laminated and then cut out, but it gives it just enough to be able to draw around.
Perfect. Perfect.
So what I've done is I've done this one ready, and something with my first one, I laboriously cut round each one, but I'll show you a really quick and easy way of cutting out your
Oh,
petals.
I like the sound of that.
So if we...
As Jan
if you-
said, you always make things look easier than you think they're going to
Well,
be.
once you've tried it once, you know the way around getting around it, don't you?
Do you do a lot of trial and error,
Yes,
Alison?
yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Yes, Alison, beg your
Yeah.
pardon. Lucy has messaged in to say, morning to you both. These are brilliant.
Morning.
I've ordered mine.
Oh, lovely.
Love Alison's makes. Are you back any more days, Stuart? I hope so. I am. I'm back next week. I'm back on Thursday and Friday, I believe. That's very kind of you to ask. Donna says, I catch up with the Archers or find an audio drama to listen to, usually sci-fi.
Yeah, see, I can't... My husband listens to a lot of audiobooks, but I can't take it in.
No, I can't really.
Audiobooks are no good for me at all. No. I suppose because we're crafters and we're always thinking about the next project, I just can't shut off and listen like that.
No, I agree. That's why it always has to be a film I've already watched many times before, so I don't have to really... I tried the other day, actually. I was doing some cable knitting and I saw a new film that I wanted to watch and I thought, I can do both at the same time.
With cable.
Literally, first time, cable went the wrong way. I thought, just give this up, do one thing or the other.
Yeah. Oh, my film of choice would be Pretty Woman. I just love that.
It's a great film.
Big mistake with the carrier bag. Best line in any film. Right, so I've basically cut out squares around the outside.
Yep.
And then all I'm going to do is to take my little snips, and I absolutely love these, and I mention them every time, because if you're doing a lot of cutting, you don't have to physically open them. They're just sprung, so they are brilliant. And we're just going to round off the outside corners.
Great if you've got some dexterity issues, those, aren't
Yeah.
they? Not in stock at the moment, but we will get them back
what
in.
a shame. And
You
then
keep
just
selling
take
them
out,
out, Alison.
And then we're just going to take out the centre
Oh, that's such a
little
clever
triangle.
way. Yeah.
You really don't need to go around the outside. It's so dense that it doesn't matter if they're not all identical.
No, of course not. And I'm wondering as well, because you're cutting them into strips first, if you could even rotary cut the
That part you
strips.
could.
You could, couldn't
Easily,
you?
yeah.
And then go in with your snips.
Yeah, you could do.
See, quicker and easier and simpler because of
So,
Alison
yeah.
Marion's clever methods.
So that, and it's a wool mix felt, so it's nice to
Nice
use.
felt.
Yeah, nice
Yeah.
to handle. So there we are. And then all I would do is with the cool iron, just, obviously not too hot because you'll melt the felt, and then take off the
Off the friction pen.
The friction pen, yeah.
Fab. What a quick and easy way of doing it. You're working smarter, not
That's
harder.
right. Yes, that's right.
Lovely. If you want to get your kit for Alison Marion's brand new Hydrangea Cushion, have a look on the website. There are 5 different colourways. And we've got a message coming up from Collector in Devon. Morning, just bought the pink kits and I'm hoping to mix the 2 colours. Or is that mad?
No, that is lovely. It will work.
Rose pink,
Yeah.
fuchsia pink.
Yeah, it
Yeah?
will. Yes, it will work. I mean, if you look here, this flower here has got all the different colours in.
Yes.
It's going from pink to the purple. And this one actually has got some yellow as well. At different stages of the flowers opening. That's why they're such a fantastic flower in the garden. They're so showy, but they last a long time as well.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And you can dry them as well, can't you, hydrangeas?
Yes, yeah. I
mean,
haven't, but yes, I should grab someone and down Cornwall next summer.
They seem to go a bit sort of antique-y looking then,
Yeah.
don't they? The
Yeah.
colours sort of soften and fade
Yeah.
out. But no, we both think that's an amazing idea. It's Kathy, isn't it? Great idea. Look forward to seeing your versions.
Yes.
So that's the 2 pinks.
That
the
would be lovely.
rose and the fuchsia. But also I'm thinking that these 2 would work really well together. The amethyst. I mean, you could mix and match any of them, couldn't you? Because as Alison said, in nature, you get all of those mixtures of colours anyway, almost in every bloom.
Yeah, and if you've bought 2 kits, if you were happy to put one cushion with one colour base on one side and one colour on the other,
Yep.
you would get 3 out of
You'd
2
get
kits.
3 out of 2
the smaller
kits.
ones, I would say. You wouldn't the larger ones, but the smaller ones you would get 3, because I
Nice.
had this extra piece here left over, and obviously you'd have that from your second kit, and I had one of the felts as well. So
Oh, great. I love
yeah.
it when kits are that generous. Great. So buy 2 kits and you can get 3 of the medium-sized cushions.
Yeah.
Super. And you could do, 2 of them with a zip and maybe one with a
yeah, with
an
an
envelope,
envelope back.
couldn't you?
Yeah.
Or just buy an extra zip. Super. $19.99 for that kit. Everything you need inside. You just need to get a cushion pad, but everything else is provided. Alison Marion's fantastic instructions as well.
Right, so when you've cut out your circle, because I'm handling it so much, I've done it with pinking shears. So that sort of preserves the shape rather than it starting to fray, because you are handling it a lot.
Yes.
And I've also, with my friction pen, so any of the pens, about 1 centimetre all the way around the outside edge, just to remind me not to take any flowers out there. It doesn't matter about the petals, because when we assemble the cushion, we're going
Yeah.
to fold them in.
Yeah.
But you don't want to take any of your sewing that far out. So to put on a flower, I ought to say this first, didn't I? I would have done all of this and then I'll have put on my leaves. So they're only slip stitched on. I've lost my thread now. Just slip stitched on, one over the other. And it's up to you how far out or how far in you want them to go.
Bit of artistic license.
Yeah,
there.
and then you're going to just add on the rest of the flowers. You leave that so that you can add the flowers over the top so that you don't actually see this part.
Got you.
Now, what you don't want to do when you're doing this is you don't want to have a lot of the flowers all going in the same direction. You want to rotate them as you're putting them on. Okay. So this one here, I shall make sure that this petal here is going up under there.
Okay. And
then I'll twist it around a little bit. I've got it in half. You can see I've got it in half. Mm-hmm. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull I've got a knot on the end of my thread.
And just ordinary sewing thread?
Yeah, this is just an ordinary Gutterman, I think it was, that I grabbed out of the green room. And I'm going to do 2 slip stitches. So there, and then the second one, and this second one, I'm just going to turn that one into a knot.
And then a little lock, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that will lock it in place, and then I'll push it through to the back and snip it off.
Oh, simple as that.
That's it.
Wow, okay.
Because now, this is another thing, I would do all of well, you might prefer to do a little bit and then do the centre, but I put on all the flowers and then do the centres because I don't want to keep changing my needle and my thread and everything. I mean, you can have some already set up, can't you? But
you absolutely can. So then when it's folded back out again, and I love the fact that gives it a little bit of shape, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It gives it a little bit of lift.
Pinch the centre. Yeah, it's so easy to do.
I've got one of these. Now your embroidery floss for the centre, in the instructions, I say to do a messy French knot.
Okay.
Because French knots, French knots are normally, if you're doing it in embroidery, you would normally be quite precise and pull them tight so that they look nice. But this, you can see around here, you want those to be quite blousy as well. So.
Oh, that's a fabulous word. You want them to be blousy. Gorgeous.
So you're going to knot the end of your thread. This is half of the skein, so there's 3 threads in each. So I've taken off a length and then cut it and then done it into 3. So we're going to bring up to the centre again from the back and then twist 3 times, 1, 2, 3, and then just push down to the bottom. Now I'm not taking it too tight because, as I said, I want it to be quite messy.
Yep. Quite full.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I see. So can you see how that's come up?
Yeah.
Because if you've got it too tiny and neat, it won't be seen.
No, it would just
disappear. You want it as a nice contrast.
Mm-hmm.
So then we go off and we'll just finish this off at the back with
I suppose if you
knot.
did one that was a little bit sort of on the small and tight side, you could
just
always do a second one.
Yeah, just do another one then.
And snip it off.
There we go. That's why it's okay for beginners, because it is so easy.
Easy and forgiving.
Yeah.
And I think most importantly,
let's just do another
restful and calm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
it's something you can pick up easily and put down and not worry about if you've missed any of it. You know, you can just pick it up and then carry on.
Yep, and there's no precise placement of anything, is there?
Nothing at all.
You know, you're adding to, and if one area looks a little bit flatter than the rest,
just add
an
another.
Extra.
Yeah.
Look at that. Alison's working on the Wedgwood blue version. That's the one that I've got right here. Remember, you get your ½ metre of fabric to create the round base that you're going to stitch your petals to, but also to create either that envelope back or the lapped zip back as well. So you're getting a full ½ metre of that fabric. And then inside Alison's kit, you're getting, love the fact that it's in a box, we can take this around with us and do our marking, our cutting out. Full instructions, great instructions these. And also if you are buying the, Alison Marion's Hydrangea Cushion today, just make a little note of the date so that you can watch her demos back. Remember, this show's going to be on YouTube forever, so you can always refer back.
How scary is that?
Well, I know. There's quite a responsibility there, isn't there? You're getting a full skein of that embroidery floss. Remember, you're going to use 3 strands at a time, so halve your strand of floss. You're getting your zip beautifully matched up with the fabric there, and then you're getting 3 nice big squares of the Wedgwood blue felt, and it's a wool mix felt, and then you're also getting the green to create your leaves. And as Alison said, you know, be really careful with how you place your templates, and then you will get so many petals and leaves out of this felt. It's a really good value kit. Lovely message from Elaine, Alison. Hi, Stuart and Alison. So glad you said messy French knots. That's how mine always end up, no matter how I try to do them. Oh, Elaine, love you.
I bet, Elaine, if you were to try this, they would all come out really neat and you'd
Really
have to go
neat.
back and do it again.
It's Murphy's Law, as they say.
Yeah.
Amethyst is the most popular option. We do love our purples.
Right, so also what you can do is once you've actually finished, because obviously you're going to pull your flowers petals up once you've finished your cushion, if you find any areas that you think are quite... just having a look, I don't think there are any.
Any gaps?
Yes, if there's any gaps, just shove another one in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not an issue. It doesn't matter. Obviously, you're not being precise. So
I love not being precise and messy French knot. I mean, you're already ticking a lot of boxes for me today.
It's totally the opposite to piecing, isn't it?
Yes.
Because piecing, you have to be so precise to get the proper finish.
Yes,
But
and
yes,
it's hand sewing, so this is relax,
Yeah.
relax, relax.
Yeah.
Mug
Well,
of cocoa,
that's
pumpkin
it.
spiced
Yeah.
latte.
Oh, no.
No, I don't
No.
like the sound of it either. I want to like the sound of it, but I don't like
My
the sound
Becky would
of it
like it, but
at
I don't like
all.
flavoured coffee. I like my coffee to taste of coffee. So now I'm going to just show you quickly how to do the zip. I've already put one piece of the zip in, and I've taken it a long way down so that I don't get the zip pulling in the way. Obviously, if you're doing a bigger cushion, you would be further up, but we're just going to cut it off. So I've already put one in and done that. I'm going to top stitch it now. So I've put the zip foot in, and I'm just using the zipper foot width to do the top stitching, and that will hold it down.
Nice and easy that. Are you using a zip foot there?
Yes, I've just changed to the zipper foot.
Comes with your 680, I'm so sorry.
Yes, and it's got a lovely button that you just press the button and it automatically moves the needle. And in my next show, it's got a lovely button that you press and it automatically does a zigzag.
It is, it's super.
Yeah.
They're your sort of utility stitches.
Yeah.
Now, we've had a question from Collector in the West Midlands. Is the manager's special on the pre-order yet, please? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's right there. There's your code. You can pre-order. It is on at full price at the moment, but remember, you're not going to pay that price. Neil will tell us what the price is going to be when he comes in at 10. If you've pre-ordered, if you've checked out, your price will drop. So, yep, you can get ahead. Some lovely other messages. Sue has said, oh, Alison, that would be my choice of film too, Pretty Woman. Yeah. Don has said, I sometimes struggle with cutting out. I'm wondering if the petals could be cut with a digital cutter, such as a scan and cut or silhouette.
Yes, if you can scan it in, that'd be fine.
Ace, that would be a great way of doing it. Claire says, I tried to sew once with Line of Duty on. Impossible, no sewing got done. Oh, Line of Duty was my guilty pleasure a few months ago. I watched the whole thing start to finish. Loved it. No sewing was done. My French knots are always messy, says Donna.
Perfect.
Good. This is the perfect one. A message from Mary in Somerset. Good morning to you all. How about tiny glass beads in the centre of each flower?
Yes, I did try that in the beginning and it looks lovely.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Can't wait for mine to come.
Yes.
Mary in Bath.
Right, what I've done now is we've got our folded piece that you've got, you extended, and I've turned that under and pressed it, and now I've lined up the folded edge with the top stitching on the bottom, which then, once we're sewn, will give us a nice flap over the top so that you
perfect.
don't actually see the zip.
All the instructions within the kit?
Yeah.
Great.
So I'm just now going to sew along with the zipper foot again.
And what have you got the zipper foot again? Where do you know? How do you know where to sew?
It's running along the zip as you normally would. Yeah, so it's just running along the edge of the zip.
You're just feeling your way.
Yeah, it's doing it all for me. It's just running along the edge.
How easy is that? And what's so transformative really about a lap zip is it could be any colour zip.
Yeah.
I mean, Alison's matched up the zips beautifully, but it could be any colour of zip under there.
So there we are, there's the zip.
That is so neat.
And we're going to pull the zip down, because now I'm going to sew over here with my sewing machine. Not everybody would want to do that, but we just need to hold this together while we assemble the whole cushion. So I'm just going to sew over. If you're not happy, just slip stitch your teeth together. Yeah. But as long as you go nice and slowly and don't go absolutely crazy and don't actually pull your zip and your fabric through, it will go through fine. So
and this is just to stop the lap sort of folding back when you make up the cushion, yeah?
Yes, because now I'm going to open that, because obviously we're going to put this over the top.
Yeah, important step that. We've all been there, haven't we?
Yes.
We've all made up the bag of the cushion with the zip completely closed. Yeah.
Right, now quite an important bit now is the fact that when you're putting your cushion together, you need to get everything away from this line that you've sewn. You're not actually going to sew on that line because you're only going to do 1/4 of an inch, but I've said do about 1 centimetre, 1/2 an inch, so that that really does make sure that you don't get your stuff in your actual...
Yeah. And we're not going to see that sort of bold area, if I might call it that, because the petals are going to open back out again, aren't they?
Yeah. So I'll do both sides. Do it at quarters, like because it's a circle, and then make sure that these are back again.
Our producer's shouting out random foods at this point. That she cake, pizza.
Yes, that sounds good.
Oh, yeah, it's a lovely project, this.
So that's all back, and then at this side, we'll pull those back.
And just matching up quarters first of all, it's going to mean that everything's sort of even in between.
So now we'll make sure I can lift it up now and do that.
What inspires all your ideas, Alison?
Most of the things that I've done on here are all things that I've done in the past.
Right.
You know, I've wanted to do this for a long time, so that's why I had to end up doing practice ones, quite a few practice ones, because I hadn't done this one before.
Yeah.
But yeah, most of the things are all things that I've done in the past, so it's all stuff I like to do myself.
Yes, yes. Yeah. Well, I think they're the best designs, aren't they? The ones that you personally love. And Alison was telling me earlier on about her background in cake decorating, and I immediately made the connection between the hydrangea and cake decorating.
Well, it's all colour and putting colour together, isn't it? Yeah.
It's so lovely. It's so lovely. And you get those little cutters, don't you, for flowers?
Yeah. Oh, actually, I didn't think I could have gone through my cutters, and I bet I could have found it would have been a lot easier than trying to draw one out.
I find that one of the hardest things, creating the templates.
Yes.
Lovely, relaxed project, this, isn't it?
It is. It's just, sometimes it's nice to just sort of sit back and not have to think too hard.
Oh, totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
So,
proving very popular. Amethyst is still in the lead.
Right, I'm going to pull
it's
this leaf
that gorgeous,
back.
rich purple, isn't it? I'm just going to grab out the felt to show you again, and the green for the leaves is just stunning. It's that lovely minty green. And remember, you're getting enough felt there to make the large size of Hydrangea Cushion. But if you were to buy 2 of these kits, you'd have enough to make 3 of the medium sized, which is incredible value. So remember, you're getting all of your felt, you're getting your zip, your floss, your 1/2 metre of cotton fabric as well, and of course those brilliant instructions from Allison Marion. Now, we have a question from Lindsay for you. Hi both, do you only put the petals on one side? Thank you.
Yes, because you've got your zip in the other one, so it would be difficult, wouldn't it? And you wouldn't need to display it on both sides.
True enough, true enough. So it's one-sided.
Yeah. Right, I'm cheating and I'm going around the outside edge and I'm using my zipper foot still, and I'm using the width of the zipper foot as my guide. And I've just gone over the zip there, so that's fine.
Yep. Yep. If it's a plastic tooth.
Oh yes, don't, yes, that's good point. Don't try it with a metal zip.
Well, I always use the plastic zip
Yes,
because
I
you
do,
can cut them with
yeah.
scissors and...
Yes, because we'll be doing that in a minute. So you can see the assembly itself doesn't take very long at all. It's all the actual making up of the flower top.
And if viewers didn't have a sewing machine, could we hand sew all of this?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a short back stitch all the way around the outside edge, and you can hand sew a zip in easily enough.
Now I can feel that I've got a leaf or a petal that's quite close there, so I'm going to just lift that up and push it back in.
Almost back to the start. It is a lovely quick project when you actually finish the top.
Yeah.
So nice and relaxed while you're making the hydrangea front, and then quick to make up. I was thinking as well, Alison, could we make up the hydrangea flower with the leaves, and then could we applique this to the front of a larger square cushion?
Oh, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? Yes, you could. Yeah.
So if you wanted a mixture, maybe buy 2 kits, have one that's a shaped cushion, and then applique another one to a square cushion.
Yes, that would look lovely. Be a nice variety then, wouldn't it?
I do love shaped cushions though. They really add pop.
I love a round cushion.
Yeah.
I made bolster cushions as well to match my curtains.
Yeah,
I like
love a
those.
bolster.
They're an absolute nightmare to you know, if you want to sit down, you have to take them off because they take up too much room on the chair.
They do.
But they look nice.
They are, and they're lovely as well on a sofa if you want to have a little lay down and you want something for your neck and head to rest on. Bolster cushion's lovely. I just love the fact that what you've done there in this design, Alison, is to create a big flower to have on your sofa or in your chair.
Yeah.
You know, yes, it's a cushion, of course, but it's also bringing the garden inside, lovely in a bedroom or a conservatory. This really stunning.
Right, there we go. I'm not clipping the curve because there's going to be quite a pull, because I like my cushion so full. There's going to be quite a pull on the seam, so we don't want to actually clip into the curve because that will give the possibility of a split. So then we're just going to add our cushion pad. And then once that's done, I go round the outside edge with an iron to remove or water, whatever it is you do.
I love it in the blue. That is just lovely. Look at that gorgeous. That's just the back. And I'm totally with you on the plumptiousness of the inner.
It's got to be, hasn't it?
It's got to be.
There we go.
That is stunning.
Obviously, this will be filled in because that's not finished there.
Finished that bit. That is absolutely beautiful.
I mean, and if you really wanted to, if you wanted to carry on, I can't remember your name, who said about just being the front. At this point, if you had some left over, there's no reason why you couldn't add a few on the back as long as you are able to access the zip.
Yeah. Terrific. Such a gorgeous project. Thank you so
really
much.
is easy.
Will you keep on coming up with brilliant ideas, please?
Well, I have got... We did this a couple of weeks ago.
We are, and we'll come to that in just 1 second.
Yeah, so I've got that with me as well.
For us, of course.
Yeah.
Let's just do a quick recap of the 5 different options in Alison Marion's cushion. Now, there's the hydrangea in Wedgwood. This is the version that Alison was working on today for us. This has got your beautiful Wedgwood blue backing fabric, and then that beautiful combination of Wedgwood blue with that lovely fresh Kerry green. All your templates, all your instructions all included. If you don't have needles for embroidery floss, I'd pop those in your basket as well before you check out. £19.99. Wonderful, that's Wedgwood. Now, amethyst, this is our most popular option. This is the gorgeous purple version. We've got less than 10. We've got less than 10 left. So if you want it, do be quick and check out too, because remember, until you've checked out, you could miss out. Got your beautiful purple felt there, lovely fresh mint green, and then a little bit of lime green just to make those flower centres pop. That is your amethyst. Now, rose is next. This is a very, very pretty version. And don't forget, one of our viewers emailed in to say that she's bought the rose and the fuchsia and she's going to combine the two pinks. Love that idea. So this has got that lovely soft deep rose, less than 10 of these too. Really popular. It's gone wild for the rose pink now. Really lovely that. We've got the fuchsia version. This is that stunning, really vibrant pink. This is absolutely gorgeous, like a raspberry pink there. Matches the backing beautifully. And remember, you're going to get multi-tonal variation because this is a three-dimensional project. And where the light hits, you get lighter and darker shades. Got your green felt too, a zip, your instructions and the floss. Everything you need there, that's the fuchsia. And then finally, delphinium. And this is that beautiful, deep, rich blue. Really stunning, that one. This is Miss Marple, the blue hydrangea. Fab. Now, as Alison mentioned a moment ago, we also have another of her kits, the rustic wall hanging. We've got a Christmas hour coming up at 10 o'clock. So not far off after our manager's special, but we've got a little teaser of Christmas here in Alison Marion's rustic wall hanging, originally demonstrated on the 31st of October last year. No, we haven't been there. August. No, 31st of August. Now, here we go. This is the rustic festive wall hanging. Two lovely banners here. And Alison says, if you're not into tinsel and preferring your more natural decorative style, this lovely Hessian project should suit. Love these. Those are cute. Let's see what you get inside. Oh, I love that you get all the bits you need. There's nothing worse, is there, than a kit that doesn't have everything you need. Little buttons, little heart-shaped buttons made out of wood in a very cute little bag. That's a sweet touch. Some embroidery floss. There are our instructions, of course. And then you've got black felt and you've got your Hessian in natural, green and red. And then you've got your big piece of Hessian there as well. So, Alison, are we picking between the Jolly Holiday or the Season's Greetings?
Well, yes, you've got enough of all the colours to make it in either colourway. So you can either do it this way with the green and the red, or the one with the red and the green. So it's up to you how you do it.
Yep.
And I haven't actually put in any templates for the wording, because it's like this one. A lot of people don't like the word Xmas.
True.
And it's supposed to look like someone's handwriting on a chalkboard, isn't it?
Yes.
So if you write it yourself, your own greeting,
yes,
I think it would look much nicer.
More natural.
And I'll just say, I do everything so that there's no plastic. That's why they're in little organza bags.
Gorgeous.
I try to minimise the plastic. But the reason it's here again today is because when I was demonstrating this, I said, oh, well, actually, it would be quite nice for one of the wall hangings where you change the number on the countdown to Christmas.
Oh, yes.
So
We're already on the countdown to Christmas now. 101 sleeps.
Yeah. Oh, no. Well, when you get to 24, on this one, I've put this on the other side. I'm not going to sew it today. This is just so that it's another way of using the kit. So I've put the chalkboard on the opposite side, and then if you were to take a button, and there's a choice of buttons, you can either use the painted buttons or the heart buttons, but if you had a button, well, I've got a little bit of Hessian here, because you assemble it and then once it's all sewn down, you just pull out the pieces so that you've got the
Oh, I see, to
the
frame
fringed,
the edges.
yeah, the fringed edges. But obviously
Ooh,
you
that-
need to sew it down first.
Yes, that looks very satisfying, pulling out the threads.
Yeah. And then put your button on.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it would be quite nice. I'm going to have loads of little bits here now.
That's all
You
right.
can-
Elliot loves vacuuming.
I've seen Elliot.
Never happier than when
Elliot,
he's got
you're
a
the only one
vacuum.
I've seen vacuuming. No, tell a lie. I saw Emma once. And then if you make yourself some little tags,
Yes.
you can just, that's the changing of the day. Or I found these online, and there's other little things that you could do.
Oh no, I like that.
Yeah,
That's
little wooden.
lovely.
Yeah, little wooden numbers. So that's
Oh,
just
what
another
fun.
way, and then obviously you put your tabs at the top.
Yes.
So
What a great way of still using the same kit but adapting it.
yeah, it's just
into
a
something new.
different use.
Love that. That's the rustic wall hanging kit from Allison Marion. 2 options in the kit, but actually we've just had a third way of using it for a countdown to Christmas. Absolutely love that idea. Of course, if you want to watch back and see the full demo of how to make the kit, 31st of August, just go onto YouTube and you can re-watch that show. What a fantastic idea. Countdown to Christmas. It's like a chalkboard, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks like a chalkboard.
Yeah.
Love that. If you're not confident with doing your handwriting, of course, you could always go online and just find some letters, trace them off first.
Well, and if you don't want to sew it, you
Yeah.
can get the liquid chalk pens, can't you?
You can.
And
you
they
can.
work on felt.
And you could do like a little almost running stitch, so it looked stitched
Yeah.
but wasn't.
Yeah.
Now, if you've been inspired to start making Christmas gifts and Christmas projects, we've got our Christmas hour after the break. But of course, before we can do that, we do need to get Neil into the studio so we can do his manager's special. So don't go away. We'll see you after this break.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made and it was I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made, and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Welcome and good morning. It's Stuart Hillard here on Sewing Street. Welcome back, or welcome to you for the day. Now, it's that time again. It's our Manager's Special. Really excited. It's 10 o'clock. Da, da, da. Now, we've got a fantastic Manager's Special for you today. It is the Designer Mystery Fat Quarter Pack of 10 fat quarters, all designer ranges. I've got one fat quarter pack in front of me, but Neil, who is the manager, has got more over on his side. Neil, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
First time now together, isn't it?
I know, it's very exciting. I feel very excited
I'll have
to have you
bookmark
in the
this
studio.
YouTube video. I save all the ones with me in so I can watch them back.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Do you do like a show reel?
Yeah. So
That's so showbiz.
when on a night, when I'm getting ready to go to bed, I think I'll just put a video of myself on.
Just, well, who wouldn't?
I don't.
Who wouldn't want that? We'll probably produce a video that you can buy, of all his best bits.
Neil's best bit.
Oh, it would be lovely.
No,
email in if you'd like that.
I've never ever watched myself back on air. Never.
No,
I hate it.
Yeah, I don't like to really either. Now, loads and loads of viewers have already been checking out the Manager's Special because we did sneak it in on pre-order an hour ago. Loads of you have bought multi-packs too. We're really hoping that we'll have enough and we won't run out before midnight, but who knows? I'd still advise you to check out right now to ensure that you get your packs of 10 mystery designer fat quarters. Remember, every single one of them is quilt weight cotton. Every single one of them is a fat quarter, 100% quilt weight cotton. Here's one pack that I pulled out completely at random, totally bowled over by this mix. There's some gorgeous Dan Morris fabrics in there, digital printed. I mean, just yummy. These are some Allison glass here, I recognise. A little bit of Zentangle going on there, I think. Also, I think that might be a Dan Morris. Certainly looks of the same ilk. Can't go wrong with sort of graphite greys, charcoals. Lovely modern prints, these. But remember, you could get any kind of mixture, but they will all be designer fabrics. And then this one, which just loud and gorgeously bright. Bit of a stained glass theme going on there. This is a real sort of art panel piece, isn't it? Who knows what you're going to get, but I do know that you're going to get 10 100% cotton designer fabrics. They are all designer, no solids, no blenders. These are all going to be fantastic designer fabrics. Now, this is my selection that I've got here. Let's have a look and see what Neil's got in his packs.
Yeah, I'll show you what I've grabbed. So on Monday, I know I said I'd have enough Liberty to last, and I thought we did. We had absolutely loads, and they just sold out unbelievably well. We thought we'd definitely got enough to last all day. So I know a few people messaged me saying, I really wanted a Liberty pack, and we just can't do any more of those. So these were actually we're actually creating these for a future date. So we weren't supposed to be doing them this week, but I thought because we've actually got two manager specials today, I've got something else to show you. But because we run out on Monday, I did pull these forward so people could still buy some fat quarters. We haven't got quite as many of these as we did the Liberty, so if you do want these, make sure you do check out quickly because we sold out of the Liberty ones which we weren't expecting, and then we've got these ones as well, which are mixed designer, which are for a future project. And again, not supposed to go into manager special, really.
It's not going to happen now because we've got them today.
We've got them today because, people messaged me saying I missed out on the fat quarters. I was washing up, and who does their washing up when I'm on air, really? But they're doing, doing their washing up. Someone else messaged me to tell me they were on the toilet.
Oh gosh, okay.
Obviously, for the whole time I was doing manager special. So I had a few messages in saying I'm really sad I missed out. So is there any more fat quarters? So.
That is
so
stunning.
I went to the warehouse and said, right, what have we got? and these were for a future project. So I have upset the showgirls who put the shows together because they had these earmarked, and I said I'm going to have to steal them, I'm afraid.
Yeah, well, as the manager, you can do that. And we get the benefit because this manager special is brand new today. At the moment, Neil is looking at £37.45. £3.74 a fat quarter. That's an ace price. Really good price.
For designer
manager special.
Well, we're going to get a better price than that, but for designer fat quarters, that's an excellent price. And these packs are exclusive to Sewing Street again, because again we've sourced the fabric and made them ourselves, so you can't get them anywhere else.
Wow.
And you won't usually get these designer fabrics in fat quarters. Usually you have to buy them by the half metre.
Right.
And if you're buying them by the half metre, you're only going to get half the amount for the same price in terms of variety. So by doing the fat quarters, you can have 10 different designs instead of 5, in theory, for £37.45. But obviously we're going to drop the price on those. So
we are.
We are. So we're going to, everyone will pay the same price, even the people who've already checked out. So if you've checked out or if you buy now, you're going to get them today for, Kat's going to do the price, £24.99. So that's £2.49 a fat quarter, which is absolutely amazing. Are you wrecking the studio?
I am. I've just
heard a crash over there.
I'll be back. £2.49 a fat quarter. That was the price dropping. I was trying to provide a sound effect.
You're doing a sound effect.
That's all I was doing. It was very well timed.
So £2.49, fat quarter, which is amazing.
Lots of you are multi-buying there. Lots of you multi-buying.
Yeah, on Monday, there's a few people who put 5s and 6s in their basket.
Yeah, not surprised. Not surprised, because you're getting such a lot of fabric there for £24.99. Remember, you're getting 10 fat quarters, which works out at 2.5 metres of fabric in total. And as Neil rightly said, this is an amazing way to build your stash, because for £24.99 you're getting 10 different fabrics. Fat quarter of each is the quilter's favourite, isn't it, a fat quarter? We love our fat quarters, and it's a brilliant way of increasing the range of fabrics that you've got at a very, very affordable price. Oh, that's a nice bit of stuff there. Wow.
Me or the fabric?
Not just talking about the fabric.
Neil. You've put all yours really neatly in my... This is a theme, isn't it? I'm like chaotic and messy everywhere I go. When you go in the office, the first time you must have come into our office, you must have looked and thought, oh my God, because it is just trashed, isn't it?
Yeah, Neil's in.
My desk's an absolute
it's
mess.
Like a wasteland.
I get in and I have to push everything to the side so I can get my laptop out.
What's your car like though, Neil? Because I always think you can really tell a lot about a person, not by their, but by how they keep their car.
My car's absolutely immaculate. I wash it at least once a week, sometimes twice a week if it gets too dirty. Yeah, I'm a bit OCD. So, because it has to live outside, because our garage is full of junk like everyone's garage is. I'm on mountain bike.
Or fabric, which is what my garage is full of.
Oh, no fabric, apart from the cleaning rags for the car. But so it has to live outside, so I actually bought a cover for it to stop the sap on the trees landing on it.
Like it.
To keep
well,
it
if you
looking
get
pretty.
bored, Neil, my car's just parked outside the building and it hasn't been cleaned since, I think before lockdown.
I think today's the first time you've parked in the proper space, isn't it? You've been clamped last time you came.
No, I've been very good the last few days. I learned my lesson. I haven't done... This is all beautiful fabric, Neil. This is absolutely amazing. What a gorgeous array. Dan Morris, Tilda... Riley Blake.
I've got a list here of everything that's in there. I couldn't remember it. So
go on, tell us.
We've got, in the packs you'll have a random selection of Allison Glass, Lewis and Irene, Tula Pink, Laura Ashley, Dan Morris, Jason Yenter, Tilda, Henry Glass, Riley Blake, Michael Miller, Lynette Anderson, Tim Holtz and Dina Designs. So there's a big range.
A massive range.
Yep. And they're all the favourite collections as well. So a lot of these fabrics had already sold out by the half metre because we'd kept some stock to one side for what we wanted to do with the fat quartering.
Yes. But that won't happen now because it's today's manager special, or one of today's manager specials. Not £37 plus, which is where we started, but £24.99. That means each fat quarter is costing you less than £2.50. Loads of you are buying multiples. Don't blame you. Let us know what you get in your fat quarter bundles, won't you? Your mysteries, and also what you make with them. Love it. Absolutely love it. So many of you are watching, messaging in. Christine has messaged in, Neil Garrett, I see you're out of the warehouse today.
I am, yeah. I got tricked yesterday because, so yeah, yesterday, like for those who've seen me on Facebook, I'm learning to fly at the moment.
Oh.
And yesterday I actually had to have the day off to go to have an exam on how to talk over the radio. So I couldn't be live and it was a bit of a thing. So I said to Elliot, I said, well, you know, let's record a video and pretend I'm in the warehouse. And obviously I put my full trust in Elliot to deliver. And I haven't seen the results yet, but I've heard there were cows in there and all kinds of things. So I'm going to have to watch that back when I come off air and have a chat to Elliot later.
Yeah. I mean, for what it's worth, we all thought Elliot delivered. And then some. Moo. That was my favourite part. Anyway, I've said too much. You're loving the manager's special today. 10 designer fat quarters. This is the array that I've got. Remember, there's no restriction. It's not one per customer. If you want to multi-buy on this, go for it. It's a fantastic way to increase your stash, to get oodles of lovely fabric, 2.5 meters, remember, of fabric, all designer ranges, all favourites, Tula Pink, Anna Maria Horner. We've got Lewis and Irene in there, Dan Morris, loads of different, Riley Blake, a real array, Jason Yenter. We've got a message from Lynn this morning. Thanks, Neil.
Hey.
Thanks.
I mean, if you got a nice little bow and put it on there, you could give that to someone as a nice gift for Christmas.
Great.
Because I know I've got some. I'm not super organised. I'm the person like Christmas Eve going around Merry Hill trying to find anything to buy my family. You know,
yep,
so,
with all the other men.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm usually there. Like, you know, I'll buy that for my wife. It won't fit, but you know, at least I got her something. But like some of my friends are super organised, and they're already saying, I've already got like so and so sorted for Christmas. I've already got so and so sorted for Christmas. So. You know, so these are a good opportunity to get a nice Christmas gift.
Very giftable. And also, Neil, I'd be thinking I'd actually get my 10 fat quarters, because I wouldn't give all 10 to one person. I would be looking and thinking, actually, I'm going to pull those 4 because I know that my friend Sheila will love those because she's a real purple and pink girl. And I'd be thinking, actually, those are a gorgeous little selection. I'll keep those for me. Thank you very much. And I'd be splitting them up. You could also, if you were buying something like maybe, I don't know, a pair of scissors for somebody for Christmas, you could use one of the fat quarters to wrap the gift up in, tie it with a ribbon, and then they've got a fat quarter as well. I mean, just gorgeous.
And we noticed as well on Monday when we did the Liberty Fat Quarter, a lot of you went onto the website and bought some of the fat quarter books that we've got on there. So again, if you know, that's a nice gift. If you go on the website and see the fat quarter books, you could buy someone the book and a pack of fat quarters to go with. I think that'd be a really nice gift, that would. Or just for yourself.
Yeah, loads and loads of different books on the website using fat quarters and pre-cuts. Fat quarters are the original pre-cut, really, aren't they, for quilters? Because you get a bit of everything. It's a great way of getting a really nice big piece of fabric at a very affordable price. There's some Michael Miller there.
Hannah McCabe's not here today, but I remember Hannah McCabe back in the days where we worked for a previous sewing channel. The staff, we all decided to make a quilt. So we made a block each, and then it all got sewn together. And I think it's been shown on air before. My block was particularly bad. And Hannah McCabe did a llama as her thing. She had to tell us it was a llama.
Oh.
It wasn't necessarily obvious from seeing it, but yeah, Hannah did a llama on her quilt. I'm glad she's not producing because she'd be telling me off. We've still got that quilt somewhere. We'll
rightly
have to
so.
Dig it out for a photo online.
Fab, we'll have to have a look for that. It's a great piece of fabric though, isn't it? And what's fab is, you know, with a mystery pack, this will challenge you because, you know, we all, I think, tend to go for the same kind of fabrics, or a lot of us go for the same kind of fabrics, the same scales, same colours, our favourites. But it's really exciting to try something different and use a different style of fabric. Ooh, this looks lovely. Bit of floral. £2.49 for a fat quarter is an amazing bargain. Oh, I do like that.
We've got some cacti. Is cacti the plural for cactus?
I think so.
Can you say cactus?
I think so. Yeah.
Because I'm a bit of a geek, I watched the Apple event last night.
The Apple event?
Yeah, when they show all the new Apple iPhones and stuff. Because I like my tech.
Yeah.
So waste all my money on cars, tech and flying. And he said like littlest iPad. And I thought, littlest isn't a word, is it?
The
Just
littlest
smallest?
iPad.
Is littlest a
I
word?
don't know. I remember
Couldn't
the
remember.
littlest hobo on television.
Well, I couldn't remember there was littlest or a word. It just stuck out when he said it. Is littlest a word?
Yeah.
See, I thought you'd say smallest. Smallest.
Smallest, yeah.
I don't know.
It's a little bit childish,
Yeah,
maybe.
littlest. It was the littlest iPad anyway.
Oh. Did you buy it? Are you going to buy it?
I might do. I might do. Because I have a fly pad. So I have an iPad for when I fly. I've got it a fly pad, obviously.
Oh, you are posh. One day, you can fly me to Paris and we'll have lunch together. How about that?
That'd be good. That'd be good. So now I've got this humongous pile of fat quarters.
Gorgeous. You can fold those up. Now, Jan has messaged in to say some of my favourite fabrics are the ones I've got from mystery bundles that I wouldn't have bought on their own. It's a really good point, Jan. It's a really good point. You know, we get something unexpected, something a little bit different to what we'd normally go for, and your manager's special this morning is a great way of not only increasing your stash, but also getting some fabrics that you might not ordinarily pick. Now, we also have another manager's special, do we not, Neil?
We do. So
What's our next one?
So the next one is what should have been the manager's special today before I went and dug out some more fat quarters. So this is the original fat quarter for today, and this is extra wide backing fabric. And we've got three colours, and I have to try and work out which is which. We've got white, egg something, and foggy. So I think that's going to be the eggy one, that's going to be the white one, and that's going to be the foggy one, I reckon.
Marvellous. No, it's the other way round.
It's the other way round?
It is. Mm-hmm. Yep, so we'll start with the white, because you got that
The
right.
white one's obvious, isn't
1
it?
out of 3 ain't bad, as
One
we
out of
both
three.
said.
1 out of 3. So extra wide backing. So
Now this is Moda, isn't it, Neil?
it's Moda extra wide backing as well, yeah. So it's branded extra wide backing.
And actually, not a fat quarter, but a half metre.
Half metre. So
This is a half metre.
some people have asked how wide extra wide is. So do you want to hold the one edge and we will stretch it out?
Yep.
Because I used to famously do a Neil arm span to measure, but I definitely can't do a Neil arm span with this. So
No, that is truly extra wide. Now the actual width on that is 274 centimetres. Now in old money, we'll get you the old money version of that because I work in inches when I'm quilting. It's 108 inches. So that really is extra wide. That's a lot of Moda fabric for £12.99.
So do we have to do the thing and see how many times it wraps round me?
Oh, absolutely.
Probably not as much as I'd like.
That's
so we can't do arm spans, but you can do one.
Oh, keep going. Two.
That's a 2.5.
Twice. No,
Two and a
there's
half.
2.
That's 2.5.
No, I'm not going to massage your ego just to make you feel better. It was twice.
So it's 2.5 Neil
It's
circumferences. But TV puts
Are you
like
still saying 2.5?
2.5 easy, yeah. We could have pulled it tighter and got it 3, I reckon.
Like a tourniquet?
Yeah. So 2.5 Neil circumferences, which is really long.
It's not an official unit of measurement. I would just like to point that out. 2.5 times Neil.
That's what we're going to start putting in patterns.
But this is still going to come cut off the bolt for you. So if you're thinking, don't want half a metre, I want 3.5 metres, I want enough to do a king size quilt, absolutely, just order it like you ordinarily would order fabrics from the website. Really, really popular. You're going crazy for this one. I'm not surprised. This is the Moda extra wide backing fabric in white, £12.99 per half metre. That's an amazing price. But Neil, isn't this meant to be a manager's special? Can we do better?
We can, and we're going to do really good because we're going to knock pretty much 35% off. We're going to go down to £8.99, which is amazing value because, I mean, £8.99 is what you'd pay for non-branded backing fabric. Is it solid? Yeah. So
well, to be honest with you, Neil, I expect to pay I normally pay about £22, £24 a metre for backing fabric. So actually, that's incredible.
Yeah.
That's an incredible price.
So you can have a nice Moda backed quilt.
That is fabulous. That is fabulous.
Just £8.99 a half metre.
Fab. So don't forget to multi-buy that one. It'll come in a continuous length. So if you want to back your next quilt or just get it in stock. I mean, you know you're going to be making a queen size quilt next year. But great to have you backing in stock ready. £8.99. You'd pay £7.49 for standard width fabric from Moda, wouldn't you? This is extra wide, £8.99. And this is absolutely gorgeous, more than double the width. There's absolutely no reason why you can't use this for piecing as well, for the front of your quilt. But the fact that it's extra wide means that you can back your quilt. I loathe piecing a backing for a quilt. I mean, I do it all the time because extra wide fabrics are normally really expensive because they're so wide. This is a great one to stock up and have in your stash. £8.99 for a ½ metre. So that's the white one. Now then, Neil, what have we got next?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know?
We've got, which one are you going for,
Pick one.
Kat? 26 or 31? 31. So is this one the...
This is eggshell.
Eggshell? Oh, eggshell. I thought it was like...
I love the fact that you just said egg something.
Egg something. I thought that one's like kind of like a... Got more of a yellow
egg
hue.
mayonnaise.
Yeah, so I thought that was kind of like, you know, more eggy coloured. But eggshell, yeah, that makes sense. So again, I mean, this one is obviously the same width as the last one. So you've got 274 centimetres wide. I'll just put it on the thing. So
Neil, I love that colour, and that would go so well with the Tim Holtz fat quarter bundle that I bought this morning before we went to air, because I fell in love with it the minute I walked in the studio. That would work beautifully. But also, if you love Three Sisters, if you love, I'm thinking about French General from Moda as well. Actually, this would work with so many of our different favourite designer fabric ranges. This is the eggshell. Neil, it's £12.99. Can we please have a manager special on this too?
Yep, like the other one, this will be going down to £8.99. So again, amazing value. That's saving around 35% on the normal price, and you're getting designer backing fabric. So you can, if you've got a quilt you're particularly proud of, you can just finish it just that little bit nicer by having designer backing, and it just adds that extra dimension to it. So, you know, when someone turns it over, you've kind of got that really nice design, and you know, it's just another conversation starter, isn't it? Oh, that's nice backing. Yes,
it really is. It's lovely. And also as well, don't forget, you could make a whole cloth quilt. Not all quilts are pieced or appliqued. Some are whole cloth, and then it's all about the quilting. So you could actually use this for the front of a quilt, or if you wanted to add, you know, wide borders. Very affordable way of buying Moda fabric. This is the extra wide backing. Remember, it's 108 inches wide. You're buying it by the ½ metre, and the piece will come in a continuous length. So if you order 5 units, it's going to be 2.5 metres in one continuous length. That would be a fantastic size to back a really nice big quilt, queen size, king size quilt. We have one last colour, Neil.
We do, which I thought was the eggy one, but no, it's the foggy one.
Fog.
Fog.
This is the Moda script backing in fog.
So again, 274 centimetres wide. And this is, I mean, they call it fog, but it's kind of like a light creamy colour, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lovely, rich, creamy colour. But there's that bit of kind of smoke in the printing, I think, kind of grey. Love all the detail in there. You've got some scripts. You know how much I love writing on fabrics. And a little bit of, is that geometry there in the middle?
Well, that looks like chemistry, because those are chemical bonds, aren't they? I did chemistry at uni, so
well, I can tell
geeky
now.
like that. Yeah, but you've got this looks a bit mathematically.
I just saw hexagons and thought English paper piecing, but you know.
No, there's it. Chemical bonds.
Excellent. Well, that could have got me interested in chemistry. Why did no one ever tell me there were hexagons in chemistry? I must have been away for that lesson. Are we doing the same price again?
Yep. So these will be going down to £8.99 as well. So again, 35% saving. And because, I mean, all three of these colours are the kind of colours that go with a lot of quilts. So,
yeah,
you know, even if you've not got one on the boil now, you know, they're worth getting into keeping your collection for when you do put one together.
Absolutely. Talk about something for your stash. Just like our H640 that we had on this morning as our early bird, it's something that you might not need today, but it certainly won't eat or drink anything sitting in your stash, as my mum would say. Great one for building up your stash with. Backing fabrics, extra wide at only £8.99 for a ½ metre. Today is the day. I'm starting to really love the look of that blue and white arrow pointing down. It heralds a great day, doesn't it? Just lovely. And as Neil said, this is going to go with so many different quilts, different styles of quilt. Lovely, 3 different lovely neutral colours. Of course, don't forget as well Neil's other manager special, the 10 designer fat quarters. I've got one selection here, mixed with maybe some solids or some other fabrics from your stash. There's a quilt there, isn't there? 2.5 meters of fabric, but rather than having to buy it in one whole piece or half meters where you might only get 5, you'll get 10 because you're getting fat quarters. That is stunning. What a great range of fabrics. And Neil showed us a few other packs that you might get, or none of those might be totally different. Riley Blake, Lewis and Irene, Dan Morris, Tilda, Anna Maria Horner, some of my favourite designers there. And you'll get a mixture of 10 different fat quarters. And remember, if you've never bought a fat quarter before, a fat quarter is a half metre or a half yard that has then been split. It's approximately 18 inches by 21 inches. I don't know the modern equivalent.
There's a really good there's a really good image someone's done it, and I've seen it floating around on the internet. We had it printed out in the office for a while, which shows you all the cuts on one piece. And I think that's really good because obviously I'm not from a sewing background, so when they're talking in the office, I like to look and go, oh, that's what they're talking about.
Yeah. You can get ever such a lot out of a fat quarter. Squares, strips, triangles, half square triangles. Also really useful for things like cushions. There's a cushion front or a cushion back in a fat quarter, isn't there? Really, really useful. Now we wanted to make sure that we'd got enough to go round because we've already sold out of manager specials this week. So we've got 4 manager specials today. They're all currently still available. You've got your fat quarters and then you've got your 1, 2, 3 different options of extra wide backing fabric. Have a look on the website, see which one's right for you. They're all there. Now, all of the new prices are on the website, so they've all been updated with the new manager special price. They will stay at that price until we either run out and sell out, or until midnight. Whichever happens sooner. So don't forget, if you want any of those manager specials, you do need to check out before midnight, and I wouldn't leave it that long. As soon as you've made your choice, made your selection, check out, and then you know it's yours. There's only 1 P&P to pay all day, £3.95, 1 postage. You might already have bought Allison Marion's Hydrangea Cushion or our early bird today. That's it, your postage is paid. Now, Neil, are you going to be back with us tomorrow?
I am, and I'll be here in person tomorrow again. Oh. So no live video link from the warehouse after what Elliot did yesterday.
No, I think you've learned your lesson there, haven't you? Any sneak peeks? Anything that you can tease us with, or are you going to keep it completely
No, we're not giving anything away. Anything away.
You're very coy, Neil, but I love it. I love it. I wish I was here tomorrow. Thanks for being here, Neil.
Yep, thank you.
And thanks for the manager specials. Our cup runneth over. Keep checking out on your baskets. We're going to go for a quick break, and then when we get back, we'll be back with Christmas.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally-Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic, and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA, and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made, and it was, I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made, and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Yay, it's Christmas! Well, in 101 days, but those 101 days are going to fly. Trust me, you do not want to wait until Christmas Eve to start making stockings, otherwise they won't get filled by Santa. The time to start your Christmas projects is right now. So for the next half hour or so, we've got some fantastic Christmas projects. We're starting with a Riley Blake, known for Christmas. Its flannel is all felty and cuddly and lovely. Let me show you this. This is such a dream. I'm going to stand back a little bit and open it out. Oh my goodness, look at that. Gnome for Christmas. Decking halls. I'm driving gnome for Christmas. That is the cutest. All roads lead gnome for Christmas. That is so cute. I love the fact that with this one, you could cut it apart and use different panels for different things, but you could also layer that up with some batting and backing. I would be going for a manager special Moda script backing for that. That would fit really well. Quilt it, bind it, that's it, you're done. Lovely thrown across the back of a sofa or in an armchair. Great for baby's first Christmas. But also, you could cut that down and use that in so many different ways. That's a beautiful panel. $14.99, great price. It's brushed cotton, so it's snuggly as well. It's 0.9 of a metre from Riley Blake. That's what you want, isn't it? Snuggle down on the sofa, perhaps a little eggnog, definitely a warm mince pie, a few carols, a fire, yeah, candles. I don't think you can beat homemade mince pies, I've got to be honest. I always make my own mince meat. Oh, now, you see, our producer's talking about flavoured mince pies and a salted caramel mince pie. It's just a big, huge no from me. But this panel's a big, huge yes. Absolutely beautiful. No, don't mess with the classic. Come on. All roads lead gnome for Christmas. That is brilliant. That is no peeking until Christmas. Merry, merry, merry Christmas. And the stockings were hung. That is absolutely beautiful. Love that there's some black in there. Really makes it sophisticated. Adds a modern touch to it. This is brushed cotton. Absolutely lovely. I'd recommend using your walking foot when you're working with brushed cotton. Just makes the whole job a lot easier. Helps to keep the fabric nice and even as you're sewing with it. It's Riley Blake. Riley Blake are known for their Christmas fabrics. Is that appealing to you? It's ticking my boxes. People are buying multiples of this one. I'm not surprised at that. They will come pre-cut as a panel. So if you buy 2, you'll get 2 separate panels. That is delish. You could put one on the front, one on the back if you wanted a double-sided quilt, but really lovely. And you could mix that with some other flannel fabrics or some quilt weight cottons as well if you wanted to add a border to it and bind it in regular quilt weight cotton too. That is lovely. $14.99 for the Riley Blake Gnome for Christmas black flannel panel. Now, we have some other panels. That's our only flannel. But we do have some other panels. Let me show you. Now these ones are exclusive to us, and these are Christmas fat quarter panels. Let me show you. I'm going to move the iPad over for a second. We've so many lovely Christmas items today. My countertop is absolutely full. So what you're getting here are 4 fat quarters of assorted Christmas fabrics. They're big fat quarters. They're on the large side. You've got this lovely all over kind of fir tree sprigs. Yeah, little hearts, little mistletoe berries in there as well. You've got this lovely sort of splash snow effect. Love that one too. And then you've got 2 different options there with Christmas decorations with baubles, a blue and a pink as well. So you're getting 4 nice big fat quarters there in a panel. It's $19.99. That is beautiful. Love that. You could make a stocking front and back from each fat quarter. So that's 4 Christmas stockings front and back. If you use the fat quarter fabric on one side and then use a solid on the other, you could get 8 stockings out of this one panel. That's fantastic value. That's one of our options in our Christmas panels. But we've got 2 more. One more, I'm sorry. We've got 1 more in this fat quarter style. Let me show you. Oh, this is fun. This is a gingerbread panel. Oh, that's lovely. I really love that. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Over here, we've got the gingerbread roof. That's really fun, isn't it? That's the gingerbread roof. And then over here, we've got cookies, ginger cookies on a green background. They're very lovely. And then up top, a real kind of mixture of gingerbread, cocoa, candy canes, presents, wreaths. Oh, Christmas pudding, love that. Love the fact that we've got some gingerbread cats. There's Mrs. Mills and cookies, heart-shaped cookies. Really lovely that one. And I love the colour of the background too. It's like a sort of rich barn red. And then absolutely iconic. Over here, we've got the gingerbread print as well. A dog and a cat, gingerbread man and a house, cocoa, maybe hot chocolate, something like that, gingerbread, biscuits all over the place. Really fun that. So a large fat quarter of each, 4 of them on a panel. Loads of Christmas makes that you could make out of that. What about making a 3-dimensional gingerbread house? Yeah, you could either make them out of something like a nice heavyweight interfacing, something like Peltex, or you could even cover thick cardboard, mounting board with fabrics and create your very own gingerbread house out of fabric. That would be for the roof, of course. Great, loads of inspiration in that panel. And that is $19.99. Now we've got some cross stitch. I always think cross stitch is lovely at Christmas. And of course you could start now, and if you work nice and quickly, you should get there by Christmas. Now these are from the Cross Stitch Guild. They've been put together for us. Really nice big bumper pack. Should we have a look at this one first of all? Now this is the Ada option. All right, so what you're getting here is 3 different pieces of Ada. You're getting an ecru with a gold thread through it. That's really special. So that's lovely and glittery. Can you see? That is gorgeous. Solid green, Christmas red, and then you're also getting a really lovely bundle of threads. You're getting your gold needle, and then also you're getting a fabulous pattern with loads of different motifs on there for Christmas cross stitching. It's completely exclusive to Sewing Street. You won't find this anywhere else. That's your Ada option. Now this would make a gorgeous gift too. I always think that the period between Christmas and New Year is a little bit of a lull for me. It's a bit of a sort of, slow period. And I always want some crafting to do, but something that I can just sit quietly and work on. Cross stitch is great for that. So this would make a great gift either to a friend or to yourself. Now that's the option in Ada, but we've also got something similar but in linen. So this is an even weave linen, and it depends what you like to cross stitch on. If you've never tried cross stitching on linen before, maybe now's the time to try it. You've got that gorgeous ecru. Again, you've got, now this time rather than gold, you've got an AB thread running through it. So this really does sparkle with kind of turquoises and golds and pinks as you turn and twist. Then you've got a lovely sort of mistletoe green, I would think, mistletoe green, lovely natural green, and then a red. Same pack of threads, including some metallic thread in there as well. And then you've got that chart. So all you've got to do is pick between your Ada or your linen. This is the linen version. From the Cross Stitch Guild, we've had a review from a crafter in Northumberland who says the Cross Stitch Guild Christmas linen fabrics are excellent value and super quality. They will enhance any project and be wonderful to receive. Yes, very giftable. And also if you're just receiving them because you've ordered them, that's going to be a thrill. Lovely that. Christmas cross stitching. Now, we've got a panel, Christmas panel from Delphine. Let's start with the tartan colourway. That's this one? Yeah, great. Now then, this is a panel from Delphine Brooks, completely exclusive to us. Ooh, yummy. Look at that. So we've got the Highland Cow traditional Christmas applique panel. On the left-hand side, you've got your wall hanging or very large cushion panel. You've got your Highland Cow in the centre there. Love the fact that it's already there ready to embellish. It's even got some stitched detail printed on around the important parts of your Highland Cow's face. And then on the other side of the panel, let me show you this. This is fantastic. What a great idea. You've got all these different charm squares printed on your panel. In total, you've got 20 of those. These are going to be used to make your baubles that hang from the Highland Cow's horns. And then at the bottom, you've even got some lovely labels. You'll only need one of them for your wall hanging. So why not use the other two for things like gift tags or to add to Christmas stockings? Lots of different ideas. You get full instructions as well. They're right here. I've got them here. They've got your templates in as well. So I know from working with Delphine now over the last couple of weeks, her instructions are always absolutely laden with step-by-step photographs, all your full-size templates. These ones you're just going to enlarge a little bit. Absolutely fab. Or you can just use them as smaller. You'd use them as smaller, so full-size, medium-sized and small. So you don't even need to enlarge them, they're just to use at different scales. Absolutely fab. So that's the tartan version of Delphine's Highland Cow. That is so much fun. Don't forget you are getting the pattern, which you could remake, reuse again and again. Now, if you want a different colourway, we've got the purple. This is absolutely beautiful. I need to start really by showing you the finished hanging, don't I? Oh, that's special. That is absolutely beautiful. Really lovely. Great impact. Now, you don't need the pattern for the Highland cow itself. You don't get that. It's already printed on your panel. Let me show you in the purple version. This is absolutely gorgeous. A starry night sky. So there is your Highland cow. So much fun, this project. Love these big horns, just ready for hanging Christmas decorations from. I wouldn't fancy trying that with a real Highland cow, of course, but this is rendered in beautiful printed applique, so it'll be very well behaved. And then you've got your 20 charm squares on the other side of the panel. So you can choose those to make your baubles out of. Labels at the bottom. The H640 that's on special today, you could use that to actually put inside your wall hanging. That would work really well. It's a fusible fleece, 1 metre by 90 centimetres, £7.99 today because it's our early bird. And that's another great project from Delphine. Quick and easy, so you could make that for Christmas, but as I said earlier on, only 101 sleeps till the big day. So now is a very, very good time to start your Christmas makes with our Christmas hour. So let's have a look. Another panel. Now I love a Christmas panel for lots of reasons, but mostly because they allow us to create something quick for Christmas. We get handmade without spending forever. This is really special. This is really special. Oh, that is really lovely. Oh my goodness. Now this is 4 different panels and look at the size on those. A real painterly look. Loads of detail in there. Absolutely beautifully rendered. That is so lovely. Now, you could cut these out and frame them if you wanted Christmas pictures. You could just add some stitched detail. If you like doing cross stitch, you could use waste canvas and just create a few little cross stitch details. You could add beads or sequins to add a little bit of sparkle. Maybe layer them with your H640 fusible wadding and then hand quilt or machine quilt. Or of course you could use these as a basis for cushions, quilts, wall hangings, even a table runner. Or what about gift sacks? So one of these on the front, a coordinating back, maybe a red or a blue or a black, a drawstring top, a nice jolly cord through there to gather up maybe a gold or a silver or a nice bright red. And you've got 4 present sacks there. Let's have a look at the images. We've got Santa going into the chimney there with the reindeer. You've got him over here with a snowman, Frosty the Snowman there. Here we are reading his list. Good kids at the top. I think I see my name at the top. The naughty list is nowhere to be seen, but who knows whose name's going to be on that. And then there is Santa leaving behind the presents, heading off somewhere else into a moonlight sky. This is a stunning panel, $15.99 for that. And it's Riley Blake. We kind of could have guessed. It's so beautiful, synonymous with their quality. That's brand new today, by the way. Not seen it before, and actually Producer Cat asked for it specially. That is beautiful. Cat, I think you're definitely on Santa's nice list. I promise. I promise. Now, I've just been writing our nativity, so I think we should look at that next. This is absolutely beautiful. I'm going to lift up the stable, pop it back down. A nativity is just something wonderful to get at every year, isn't it? You'll make it once and then you'll have it forever. So beautiful. This is a kit to make all of this from Amber Makes. Our lovely Rebecca Reed, of course, there. And what you're getting in here is fantastic panel. It's exclusive. Look in there, you've got your parts of your stable there. I mean, it's absolutely massive panel. I'm not going to get the whole thing out. But look, you've got all the different characters there. You've got Mary, you've got Joseph, the three kings, you've got shepherds. I love the fact that each of the characters has got feet. Look, there's the angel with bare feet. And Joseph's got boots. They look like Doc Martens, I think, but probably not in the original. What about the kings, also boots. Nice. Absolutely lovely this, isn't it? You've got the baby Jesus as well, of course, who goes in a manger, filled with hay. I mean, this is just lovely, isn't it? And of course, you'd get the different characters out on the days running up to Christmas. It's just lovely, isn't it? What a great thing to make. Let me just show you the stable itself, because this is an absolute work of art. It's so lovely. You've got the wooden panelling in the back. You've got, look, there's the floor. You've got a stone floor covered in straw. You know, there isn't just blank inside because it's not going to be seen. It's absolutely, look, even on the underside, all the way around. It's really lovely. So if you're going to have this in the window at home, maybe with some, I would use battery operated candles around this to light it up. And then people who are walking past can see it, you can see it, and it looks good from every angle. And love the special star, of course, above the stable. That is a really, really stunning, that's an heirloom, isn't it? Something to enjoy stitching over the next few months. Get yours today. It's only £24.99. That's just terrific. Now, and of course you do get all your full instructions for making that nativity scene up as well. I shall pop that to one side. Now, a couple of, excuse me, a couple of crochet kits here now. Beg your pardon. Oh, there we go. There they are. There they are. These are really cute. Little nod. Gingerbread man right here. Made in crochet. You're getting everything included in there. £4.99. What a lot of fun. Let me open it up so we can have a look inside and see what you get. Lovely stocking fillers, these. So you're getting your yarn. You're getting embroidery floss as well. All your embellishments, including rickrack and ribbon, plus buttons. Okay, all included. You're even getting stuffing to go inside and a crochet hook. So you really are getting everything, plus the instructions for making your crochet gingerbread man. That is absolutely brilliant. £4.99. That's a wonderful stocking filler. You could either wait until Christmas, or that lull between Christmas and New Year, to make the gingerbread man, or start making him now, so that you can actually maybe hang him on the tree or put him on the mantelpiece, maybe gift him complete to someone else. Maybe buy it for somebody and then teach them how to crochet. And then they're getting 2 gifts, £4.99. That's lovely. And then our other one is the garland. This is really lovely. Now I'm going to be asking our special guest at 12 o'clock about crocheting, because crocheting is something that's rather eluded me. And our guest at 12 o'clock is a bit of a crochet expert and teaches a lot of crochet workshops for absolute beginners. So I'm going to speak to her, because that looks lovely. That's your garland, bauble garland in fact, made with crochet, and again everything in the kit at only £4.99. Really gorgeous. Great price too. That's your crochet kit. So all you've got to choose is garland, gingerbread man, or both. Oh, I hate choosing. I refuse to choose. I just want it all, thanks. We've got loads of other things that I should have gone through but didn't have time. But we've got Halloween coming up after the break with Allison Marion. So stay with us. We're going to have a little break, and when we see you back here, we'll be going all Halloween and spooky, but not too spooky. Come back, won't you?
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hi, it's me Neil and I have a surprise for you. I've been scouring the warehouse and for the entire week starting Monday the 13th of September to Sunday the 19th of September I'll be bringing you a manager special every day. So for 7 days I'll be here live bringing you an amazing auction with amazing savings. So make sure you tune in and don't miss out.
Is that okay, Elliot? You're not going to do anything funny with my voice, are you?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Welcome back everyone. Stuart Hillard here on Sewing Street. Great to have your company this morning. It's our last hour on Sewing Street today until we head over to Yarn Lane at 12. We've got a great hour. It's Halloween, but it's all treats and no tricks, just the way I like it. We've got a wonderful guest. Allison Marion is here again showing us some great projects for Halloween. fantastic projects actually. Really great, these ones. You won't want to miss them. I love Halloween. The combination of the opportunity to dress up, I'll dress up at the drop of a hat. Who knew? Check out my Instagram if you want to see some of my previous outfits. But also that combination of getting together with friends, meeting new people who come and knock the door. It's always good to have a chat. And sweets, obviously, sweets. I must confess. Now today what we've got is a wonderful bundle. The Mummy and Me apron. It's the crossback apron from Allison Marion. Really, really popular, this one. Lots of you have already got your Mummy and Me crossback apron pattern. But if you haven't, this is your chance. If one of your friends has admired your Mummy and Me crossback apron that you've made using Allison Marion's pattern, this is your chance. Get them the pattern and help them to make their own. There's only 2 seams to sew in this. Really, really approachable, great first project if you've never tried sewing a garment before. Very forgiving, no need to fit this. 2 seams and you're done, but a wealth of opportunities to embellish this. Now this comes in 2 sizes. You're getting both. You've got a kiddies version and you're also getting an adult version, which will fit anything from a size 10 to a size 20. So that's your Mummy and Me pattern, but you're also getting the Halloween panel because this is all themed for Halloween, and this is so much fun. Love this. I'll show you, well, the finished sample you can see behind me. Isn't that wonderful? Made in an orange background for the apron and then embellished using some of the elements from this panel. And there's the child's apron using the pumpkin embellishments, but not just that, you've also got the bunting included as well. This is amazing value, Alison.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Yeah.
Thank you for that. Love it. Let me show you the panel itself. So on your panel, you are getting all of your triangles for your bunting. You've got 6 of those down the bottom. There you are, you can see them. We've got Frankenstein's monster and the cobweb, a ghost, bats, a boo, and of course the pumpkin face down the bottom. Oh, there's more actually, there's 8. You've got the cat and also the Egyptian mummy. And then you've got the pockets for your apron. This is ever so clever. I love how you've done the appliques to actually be pockets. So you've got the Wicked Witch going into the cauldron. Trick or treat, she's definitely getting the trick there, I think. Great fun that. But you're also getting the triple pumpkin, the stacked pumpkins, which also forms the pocket on the child's apron. That is so much fun. But of course, if you wanted to use these elements differently, not for an apron, but for a wall hanging, I must admit, when I saw the legs, I instantly thought, at the bottom of a wall hanging that maybe says, you know, enter if you dare, you could have those legs hanging off the bottom. Yeah. Or you know how in the Wizard of Oz the witch gets squashed underneath the house. You could have the house and then have the legs sticking out the bottom. Loads of different ways to use this. Now, if you've already got your Mummy and Me apron pattern, or you want to use this panel for something else, you can buy the panel on its own. Here are the details. Just writing myself here. £9.99 for Allison Marion's Halloween apron pocket panel. It's 70 centimetres by 77 centimetres. Now you might want to make the bunting. You could embellish some trick or treat bags. You don't have to use the triangles for bunting actually. They would look great stitched onto the front of a little calico bag to take trick or treating. Or you could piece them into the top edge of a bag and have it as a sort of bunting edge to a bag. It might be your October shopping bag that you're going to take around to the shops just to show everyone your fun side. Lots of different fun details there. Really fun, that one. £9.99. It's new and exclusive. You won't find this panel anywhere else. It is brand new, especially for Halloween. Great kind of little projects you can bring out year after year. Now, if you're thinking, no, don't want to do Halloween, but I do want to do Alison Marion's Mummy and Me crossback apron, you can also get the pattern on its own. Remember, this is a multi-size pattern, so you're getting the child's version and the adults. You don't have to choose. The child's apron, absolutely brilliant for children's crafting. So you could make this in a fabric that either maybe like an oilcloth fabric that was wiped clean, or you could use canvas. You could use a cotton fabric and then use something like Lamifix to make it wipe clean on the outside too. Love the fact that there's pockets. Kids love pockets, adults love pockets. Don't go in children's pockets, will you? Just empty them out, just tip them out. Ooh, sticky sweets, bits of string. Children don't change, do they? We were like that when we were kids. That is $14.99. $14.99 for the pattern. Fabulous. Now we've got another really special, exclusive new panel for you. This has got to be my favourite thing on the show, actually for the whole day. It's lovely, absolutely lovely. This is the extra large Halloween. I'm going to have to stand up. You see how short I am when I hop down from the chair. This is massive, Alison. Goodness me. This is a tablecloth, isn't it? This is your Halloween tablecloth. This is a backdrop to your party. This is cut up into gift bags for a Halloween party or trick or treat bags. This could be made into an apron. Would we get the children's apron?
The largest children's apron will come out
Largest children's apron can be made out of this. And the idea is that you colour this in, or maybe you get the kids to colour this in. You can see there where Alison has stitched a line diagonally just to show coloured and uncoloured, and then go to town with fabric marking pens, colour in those details. That's a great thing to keep the children occupied, I would hope.
Or the grandparents.
Or the grandparents.
My mum
Is that who
coloured
did
it.
yours?
My mum coloured
Your
it.
mum coloured it in. Thank you, Alison Marion's mum. You've done a beautiful job. But also, you know, it doesn't have to be coloured in. You could tie-dye the panel. How about doing that? You could use elastic bands or string to scrunch up, so pull up sections and add tight ties around there with maybe string or thread, bind around, do that all over the panel, and then you could use different colours of dyes in bottles. I would use like squirty bottles, orange, bright pink, purple, maybe some black even, greens, and splodge that dye all over, let it sit, microwave, however you like to set your dye, and then take the bands off and have a tie-dye version. So much you can do with this panel. £7.99. I would buy that before we realised the mistake and put the price up. No, that is the price it's meant to be, but that's just amazing value.
Very good value.
Really cute, really fun. People are buying multiples because there's so much you could do with that. Hem it, make a tablecloth, add some hanging tabs at the top and create a wall hanging with it, a backdrop to your party. You could even create a cape out of this.
You could.
Couldn't you? Gather the top up with some ribbon and wear it. Could be a backdrop for your Halloween photo booth. Wouldn't that be fun? Encourage guests to colour it in. Yeah? Really easy. You could also cut this up and make trick or treat bags, gift bags. And of course, Alison Marion has made her brilliant children's apron, crossover apron, using the panel, partly coloured, partly not. I think that's great fun. And bound in black. Really fun. Now then, if you wanted to use plain canvas to make your apron and then applique with the panel, okay, you'll need some canvas. I have that right now. So this is a nice heavyweight cotton canvas. Half a metre is £3.99. This is extra wide, isn't it? This is an extra wide. How much do we need for the
1
adult?
metre up to the adult middle size, which is 14 to 16. But if you want to make up the adults 20, you need 1.5 because you have to turn it in the other way.
You. So 1.5 metres of your cotton canvas fabric, it's going to cost you £12, and that will make up to a size 20. If you're going up to a size 16, you'll need a metre of this for the adult size. For the children's size, if we were going to make that with the canvas, how much would we need for the children's?
Well, 0.75 of a metre, so buying it from here it'd be a metre, but out of the metre, folding it the different way, I got the size 27 to 29 inch chest and the smallest.
Ah, fantastic.
Out of the same, so I got the 2 out of 1 metre.
2 out of 1 metre of fabric, brilliant. So if you're making for 2 children, maybe a toddler and a slightly older child, you could get 2 out of a metre of fabric. So that's your canvas. That's absolutely perfect to team with the pumpkin. The pumpkin's going to really pop against a black background. Also, I love the fact that using that canvas is going to make it a really good weight for things like if you're doing some Halloween cooking together. It's a little bit heavier weight, a little bit more protective. This is the orange, and this is a beautiful orange. My goodness me, that is lovely. Brand new, bought especially for Halloween. Same quality canvas, of course, just in that gorgeous, punchy orange pumpkin colour. £3.99 for a half metre. And again, remember, 1.5 metres of this is going to be enough to make up to a size 20 in Alison Marion's Mummy and Me Halloween Cross apron. That's the one that Alison's used to embellish with the panel with the witch going into the cauldron. But that's also a pocket. Didn't realise that at first. Really clever, isn't it? Great fun. Caroline has messaged in and she has asked, could you adjust the pattern to fit larger than 20?
Well, yes, you could. What you would have to do is you would pull the pattern away from the fold slightly, but because it's, I don't know whether we can see the back of it, can we? There's no fitting at the back, and it is essentially open, so it's just the bust really.
Yep. So if I turn it around, because you've got that crossover.
Yeah, so you don't have an issue really with fit around the body, so it's around the bust. So if you were to pull the pattern, and you would need a slightly wider neckline, so you could pull it away from the fold and cut it out like that.
Yep, so just to kind of increase the width across the chest. Absolutely super that. So yeah, you could, with a little bit of tweaking, you could make that a little bit bigger than a size 20. Great question, thank you for that. So, what about pens to colour in our panel? Such a great idea, that colouring in panel. Great way to keep occupied, perhaps when the weather isn't quite so good. Or to create that build-up to Halloween. Maybe you're going out trick-or-treating. So what you've got here is a pack of 10 fabric markers. All the different colours. You've got green, yellow, orange and red, pink, purple, 2 shades of blue, a light and a dark, a brown and a black. So I mean, I suppose classic Halloween colours, green, orange, purple, black. But lovely to have those other colours there for detail. Now, these markers, am I right, Alison? We don't need to heat set these?
No, you just leave them to dry, which is brilliant because children can use them. Just
no need to iron.
Go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So something that you can give to the children, colour in the panel, have fun.
And off they go.
Once it's dry, it's done. Ace. Well, once it's dry.
It dries quickly.
Great. Good to know. So quick crafting this, and then they can either hand the panel back to you to make up into trick-or-treat bags, or maybe do some sewing together.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
Yeah, really keen to craft with children. Get them involved, get them interested. And you know you're giving them a gift that will last them a lifetime. Now, Bondaweb, you will need some Bondaweb, of course, if you're going to use the panel to embellish your Mummy and Me cross-pack apron. We've got small packs today, right here. I've got one right here. Bondaweb, this is a 17.5 centimetre by 1.2 metre piece. Would one of these be enough?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll just show you what you get inside
because
the pack.
basically you're only doing this bit in Bondaweb.
Yeah, True
because
enough.
the pocket you're not.
True enough. Oh, I can't get it open. 17.5 centimetres by 1.2 metres. So add one of those to your order. £2.99. Lovely, Alison. Let's do a demo. Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you. And you remember I said to you yesterday I had 2 things I did and went, oh, why did I do that? The other was put the iron on this, look, and I had my iron. The other was I did this with Bondaweb and had it upside down, so the Bondaweb went all over my iron.
So you've got to buy a new ironing board
Ironing
cover?
board cover, yeah.
Oh, we've all done that though.
Yeah.
We've all done that.
Right, well, all of the aprons are cut on the fold, so you've only got the one piece, so there's no side seams. All you do when you're making up the apron, I'm not actually going to make it up now because I'm going to put this on the front. Yeah. Normally, in the instructions, it says make up the apron and then put the pocket on, which for a normal pocket is no problem, because then you can find out where you really want it. There's a guide as to where to put it, but you might want it lower, or if children want it for toys, you know, you want it a bit higher. So you've just got the one piece, and basically the way you put it together, can we get in there?
Is anyone else seeing a bat?
Yes, Batman. Basically, all you're doing is you're crossing the shoulders. So one shoulder there and one shoulder there, and they are the only seams that need sewing.
Kidding.
No, that's it. So that is your apron. If you want it reversible, if you cut out 2 and place them with the wrong sides together, and then bind it,
Got you.
then it's reversible as well. Yeah.
So you could, in theory, have a Halloween embellished one side and a plain side the other, or another different
one.
season.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
love
because
it.
I mean, I've done Christmas pockets and artists' palettes and baking and things like that. I just love doing it.
Really versatile.
Yeah.
That pattern is available on its own, don't forget, because I'm thinking of so many different ways that I could embellish this and have fun with Alison's pattern. That's genius. 2 seams. And what are they like?
So you do a French
2
seam.
inches.
French seam, so you don't see anything.
Brilliant.
And something, there is a hack that I did on that one. You can't really see it, but if you want it as more, it's designed as an apron, so it's loose. But if you wanted to wear it like a tunic with a pair of leggings or something like that, on that one, I've taken in a couple of darts, just about a foot down, just take darts in, and that brings in the side a little more to give it more of a tunic shape rather than apron shape.
Bit more shape,
yeah.
Pretty.
But
it's a lovely idea. Really, really versatile.
But with the pocket, this kind of pocket, I do that with the apron open so that you know, you haven't got these pieces in the way while you're sewing.
Understood.
The adult one, I've used Bondaweb for the top, but for this one, just for a little bit something a little bit different, I had some offcuts of wadding. And I used 505 spray and just put these pieces of wadding. I've cut out the centres there because I'm going to stitch, so it'll be quilted.
So it'll be dimensional. What a fab idea. Now, Alison's used wadding and 505, but actually our early bird special is that high volume fleece, our H640, which is fusible, which would work perfectly for this, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Pop it in your basket. It's only £7.99 for a metre piece.
So the first thing you need to do really is to line it up. So you would pin the shoulders, and then if you've got the child with you, you could find out where they wanted their pocket. But basically, I mean, a few inches down from the top. So that's what we're going to end up with. But at home, I would 505 spray this down, or any basting spray, but I don't like doing it in the studio because we haven't got any ventilation.
Okay, fair enough.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pin this down and then sew around the outside edge. But to do around the outside edge, you can do it like you would with free motion embroidery if you like, but I tend to zigzag because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go all the way around the outside edge and down around the pocket because I'll sew this down first.
Got you.
and then that just leaves the outside seam.
What stitch would you use for sewing around the outside?
Just a zigzag.
Just a zigzag?
Yeah, I mean you could use a blanket stitch or
Yeah.
a satin stitch, something like that.
But pretty much every machine's got a zigzag,
Yeah.
hasn't it?
Yeah.
What colour thread?
Well, in here I've got like a tan, because
Cool.
colours are limited, but I used an orange. Actually, it was a fluorescent orange. It's one of those colours that you
Nice.
see and you think, oh, I'm going to get some of that. I don't know when I'll use it, but I used it.
Dare I say, you can get UV glow-in-the-dark thread.
Oh, that would be fabulous.
Which I just think at Halloween, it just
Yeah.
comes into its own. It was designed for Halloween, wasn't it,
Yeah.
really? Can you imagine the shrieks
Yeah.
of delight when that child walks into a dark room and they glow in the dark?
Yeah. Right, so I'm going
It's
to
a
go
lovely
on to
project, Alison.
Oh, thank you. I did check the size. So I'm doing a zigzag, and it's a 3.5
Yep.
width and a 1 length.
So admiring your wrist pin cushion there, Alison.
Another one.
Yeah, yeah. That's what we do here.
Yeah.
Lovely pin cushion that.
Oh, thank you.
Great, so useful.
I'd be lost without it, actually. It's funny how you get used to something.
Yeah.
And then if you haven't got it...
You're reaching to a
yeah,
wrist
I'm
that
going to have
has
to
no...
turn that off because that's burning now.
It's just another normal day in the Sewing Street studio.
We've got several now, so we'll
Yeah,
have
well,
to
they're now
label
creating
them.
a pattern, aren't they?
Yeah, we'll have to label
You
them.
can sign your name on the carpet later. Alison Marion was here.
There we go. So that's just holding down the piece that's actually going to go down inside the pocket.
Got you. So we only stitch the bottom edge first of all?
Yep.
Okay.
Now, before I put this one on, I've turned over about 1/4 inch double hem and sewn across there. And also on the panel, there is the face.
Yep. So I'll just show you that.
So the face pieces are to go on the actual pocket piece once you've done your top
There
turn.
they are, look. There they are
That's
at the top.
it. So that is a bonder web job for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I've bonder webbed it on and then I've gone around the outside edge. I've done it in green so it would stand out. And then
It's just going to go
that
about
is
there.
going to go to match up with one of the sides.
Mm-hmm.
This side first. And then this
Lovely
side.
message from Jackie. Bought the panel to make a plique mum and dad t-shirts.
Oh, lovely.
Ah, I hadn't even thought about
Yeah.
embellishing t-shirts. What a
I
great idea.
love it when people come up with things that, you know, because when you're thinking about these things, you automatically just think of what it was you thought of using it for.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Love mum and dads to get involved in trick-or-treating. It's always more fun when every comes round as a family.
It is, yeah.
I always make sure I have some adult treats.
It's like a gin and tonic
Like
and things
beers,
like that.
beers and wines. Beers and wines and soft drinks, yeah. So
Right.
this is for the children.
So now I'm going to start up at one of the points here where there's a join.
Yeah.
And I'll go all the way around the outside edge, up to the
I
top,
see
and
now.
all the way around, and then join up back down here.
Got you. I was wondering why
what's
you
the
only
time?
stitched
Shall I
across the
do-
bottom.
yeah.
But it means you can do all that stitching in one go.
In one go, yes. So I won't do the whole of the other one because it's done very similar, but I've got a piece of fabric just to show
Same principle
as we go.
though.
Yeah.
And again, Alison, could we pad the witch's feet and the
Yes,
top
you
of the cauldron
could.
if we wanted
And I
to?
did think of putting some bows on where our buckles are on our shoes and things
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I
or
mean,
you
you
could
could
use
also
a bit of
do
sparkle
that.
paint, puffy
Yeah.
paint.
You could also do that with the goo. You could pad that out, couldn't you?
You
Yeah.
could. And I'm quite a fan of puffy paint, glittery
Yes.
puffy paint, to go around the drips of potion around the cauldron, just to add a little bit of highlight. But you could add sequin drops
Yeah.
in bright green. Loads of options for embellishing here.
The world's your Halloween apron.
It really is. It really is. Or you might be thinking, I want to make a different version or a plain version of Allison's Mummy and Me crossback apron pattern. You can do that because we've got the pattern available on its own. It's a bit of an iconic pattern, this, isn't it?
Well, do you know, when I first started doing them, when I got an order, I actually drew out each pattern. That's how I started.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's a cottage industry and a half.
It really
isn't it?
was, yes.
Yeah. Yes. We don't have teams behind us. We are the team.
Well, yeah.
We are the team. $14.99 for the pattern on its own, and you can use it over and over again. Now, if you want to buy the bundle pattern plus your Halloween panel, £23.99. The details are on screen right now. So Allison now is just zigzagging all the way around the outside edge. Remember the top hem on the pocket was done in advance. Also the features, the nose and the mouth on the pumpkin were bond webbed on and stitched around before you started, weren't they?
Yeah, and I would normally at home, I would secure this down before I start sewing it. I would recommend you do that.
Yes.
Because obviously it's a little more difficult doing it without it being secured down properly.
Yes, but we like to challenge you.
Just to see that we can.
Yeah.
I'll have to add, I do have a Michael in my team.
You do, don't you?
And my parents do a lot of box making and
that
counting.
Is the Allison Marion team. But it's lovely, isn't it, though, because you're hands-on.
Yes, yeah, very.
You've packed up the kits. You know that everything that a customer is going to need will be in there.
It'll be there, yes.
Great fun. And you mentioned as well that you left gaps between the wadding behind the pumpkins because you're going to stitch across there as well.
Yes, so that you've not got that coming out. Oh, because it's a polyester wadding as well, you don't want all the fluff coming out at the outside edge. You want a nice clean edge.
Absolutely. Now, a question from Jackie. Is the bunting included in the Mummy and Me Halloween apron kit, please?
It is, yes.
Not a pattern as such, but you are getting the bunting triangles. Lots of good instructions available on the web for making up bunting. But essentially, you could just cut out those triangles. I'd use pinking shears. If you're not going to back them, just use pinking shears. And then you could use something like either pre-folded bias tape, the fold over the top, or you could even use something like a wide twill tape and then just stitch the bunting. That would be the simplest way. But you could also cut those out roughly, layer them with a piece of plain cotton, then use the lines, you can see them through the panel, use the lines and sew down the two outside edge, leave the top edge open, clip the point off the bottom and turn it through, and then you can actually insert, and then that will be backed.
Like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you've done exactly that.
I'll show you that one. Yeah.
This would work really well actually combined with the colouring in panel, wouldn't it? You could mix and match them. And then you could cut out, just use one of those bunting triangles as a template, cut them out once you've coloured in, and then you could create loads of bunting to decorate the house with, or outside. Loads of different options. How are you getting on, Alison?
Right, well, I've started the quilting, but as you can see, because it's not fused down, I've got a little bit of a gather there. That's because I've pushed it through and it hasn't been stuck down to keep it in place. Or a walking foot would help too.
It's just adding texture for me.
And now, so that's the actual main pumpkin. So now I'm just going to sew down those lines there. So that's another way of quilting. And also and also this up here I would do with a free motion with a black thread rather than the orange, because the orange will take away from the colours.
Yep, the black will just blend in, won't it?
So now all I'm doing is, there's only two of them got the rows in, so I'll just follow those.
Excellent. Yeah, that makes it easy. Now, this is very much a do it in an afternoon, do it in a weekend project, isn't it?
Oh yes,
Nice
this
and
is a
quick.
really quick one, yeah.
If you wanted something that was a much slower paced project, lots of lovely handwork, don't forget that earlier on at 9 o'clock, Alison showed us her amazing Hydrangea Cushions, which are available in 5 different colours. Those are still available, so have a look on the web. You can order those. 5 different colours: rose, amethyst, very limited on the amethyst, Wedgwood blue, delphinium, which is a lovely rich dark blue, and also a rose pink. The rose pink is shown there on the left of the screen. So that's a nice slow stitching project. Do it in front of the fire, watching a favourite movie.
Or listening to country music.
Listening to country music. I am so there.
Watching Sewing Street.
I am. When Charlie and I got married, one of our pieces of music was a song called Love Me Like My Dog by Billy Currington. And people always laugh about Love Me Like My Dog.
Whoops.
But the idea is, you know, the whole song is about how a dog loves you unconditionally.
Unconditionally,
They have no
yeah.
expectations.
Yeah.
They don't groan about the housework not being done, and a dog doesn't cost you anything when you take it out.
No, that's right.
Which Billy likes in the song.
Is there a possibility I could have one of the irons out of the
I'm sure it is.
green room?
I'm sure it is.
Because I can't use that one now. Sorry, I don't know who's going to be
One of
cleaning
our
that one up.
vast team that support us while we're on air will sort that for you. Alison, don't you worry.
So basically, that's that done.
Brilliant.
And
That's a
I've
nice
quilted
quick
in
project,
there.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love that extra dimension that you've added by putting some batting behind.
Yeah, it just makes it different, doesn't it?
It really does.
So if I go across, I've got some thread caught there from out of the bottom of the machine.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Kat.
That is absolutely splendid.
So
Now, don't forget, you can buy Alison Marion's Mummy and Me Halloween Crossback Apron Kit, which includes the pattern and the Halloween panel for $23.99. And that'll get you both the pattern and the embellishing panel. Don't forget, you can use that embellishment panel for all sorts of other things. Add appliques to t-shirts, a mum and dad t-shirt version maybe. You can also use the bunting panel or bunting elements of that panel to create some bunting, maybe add embellishments to trick-or-treat bags, or even use them as embellishments on the front of t-shirts or jackets. Really fun panel that. Both items available separately too, of course. You can buy the apron on its own, the apron pattern, or you can also buy the panel on its own too. Don't forget also that we have got another panel, the extra large Halloween colouring in panel, and it is huge. I'm going to show it you again just to remind you how it. I'm going to hop down. I should have a little step to help me down from here. I could hurt myself. It's a long way down. Look at that. Absolutely brilliant. Loads of good stuff there. Just spend all day colouring that in, all weekend. How long was your mum colouring in?
Oh, I don't know, because I went away.
Oh, just colour this in, would
I said,
you, Mum? Be a darling, would you? Is your mum watching this morning?
Probably.
Oh, hi,
Thanks,
Alison's mum. Love you colouring in. My mum's watching too.
Oh, hi, Stuart's mum.
Mummy Hillard. Mummy Hillard.
I'll trim that off.
She's known.
Is she? Oh,
She is.
lovely. Right, so now the top, that basically is the apron finished. And what I've done is I've done a French
Finished?
seam here. Well, apart from your binding, the actual
Wow.
is it's actually assembled. So for the French seam, what you do is you put the wrong sides together, so you're actually sewing on the right side, and you do just short of 1/4 of an inch seam, and then you fold it back on itself.
Yeah.
And then you'll sew that down, catching in the raw edge. You can trim that away if you
Yep,
want
so
to.
that's wrong sides together now.
Yeah, so
the
now we're
normal way.
as we normally would
right sides
sew.
together, sorry. Right sides together.
So it does pay to do a little reverse stitch or a lock stitch because you're going to be adding binding to it, so it's going to get pulled slightly.
It's going to get covered over anyway, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's the apron assembled.
Amazing. So the last thing is to bind it. Now you give instructions, don't you, in your panel for cutting and making your own bias binding?
Yes, there is a video. I did a video for Sewing Street on YouTube about cutting and making bias binding from a fat quarter.
Excellent.
You can get 4.5 metres of the this width bias binding from a fat quarter, a continuous binding, just by folding and cutting it in a particular way. So if you want to look up that.
Yep,
and
that was actually done on the 31st of October 2020.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I put it on the side there, didn't I? And then
that's on the front of the apron.
Yeah.
But also 2nd of February did that special demo.
Yeah. So what I do when I'm doing this, I mean, it's entirely up to you. You can, with your binding, you can put it on the front and sew it down and then fold your binding over. But I find it easier if you fold your binding over and press it so that it's in half, with one part of it slightly wider than the other.
Yes.
No, I've done this in black, so it's not going to show up, is it? But this is about 1 millimetre wider than this top one. That means that as you go around the outside edge, you can just tuck your fabric in. Be careful when you're going around the curves, obviously, just doing a little bit at a time. And then you can stitch along the edge here, knowing that because that's a bit wider, you're going to catch it.
So narrow a bit on the top.
Yeah.
You know that the
and then the
stitching's
wider bit
gonna
at the bottom.
catch.
Or zigzag.
Yeah, you could do that too, couldn't you, to be sure?
Yeah.
If you've got a bias binding attachment for your sewing machine,
yes, they got those as
you
well.
can feed the bias binding through that and then stitch, and it holds the bias binding to the edge of your garment. Now, if you want some fabric to make your bias binding, you're best off with a cotton fabric, am I right?
Yes, that's what I've got here.
And we've got two options there. We've got a black option. This is our black cotton fabric from Rose & Hubble, £3.49 for a ½ metre. How much would you need for the binding for the largest adult size?
7 metres you need.
7
So
metres
if
in
you've got
total
half a
binding.
metre and you do that continuous bias binding in two lots, you'll have plenty.
Yep. Okay, great. So a ½ metre would be enough for the largest adult size. ½ metre of that for the child as well. Of course, you'll have some extra. We also have the orange option. This looks really nice against a black apron. Really makes that pop, especially if you've embellished with Alison Marion's wonderful pumpkin appliques. £3.49 for a ½ metre. Details on the screen.
I'm just changing my colour thread a second.
44 inches wide, quilt weight cotton. Of course, it's being cut for you, so if you want to multi-buy on that and get a metre, that will come in a continuous piece. Now, of course, if you do want to watch Alison's video on how to do bias binding, just type in how to make bias binding on YouTube. It's a 10-minute video. Oh, Alison, it's you.
Oh, it's me. Wearing an apron.
Look, wearing an apron and with your hair down.
Yes, that doesn't happen very often.
How many aprons do you have, actually?
I did count them the other day. I have 22.
22.
I mean, they're various sizes. They're not all for me. But yeah,
fantastic.
obviously when I demo, I just love the fact that there's so many fabrics out there that you can use, and
Well, it's
they all
rude
look
not
so
to use
different.
them, isn't it?
I mean, that I was wearing there was a denim. That was a
is
patterned denim.
it? Oh, can we have another
yeah.
look? Now I know it's denim, I want to... Oh, lovely, but it's a printed denim.
Yeah,
How
patterned
lovely.
denim. Yeah.
But a plain denim would look lovely, wouldn't it? A dark navy.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Well, my one with the baking applique that you actually get free with the pattern. You
Yep.
get the applique.
Oh, yeah,
that's
that's
made
done on-
of denim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cracking the eggs into your bowl.
Yeah. Right, okay, so I've changed my thread to green because I've got the green pocket here, and I'm going to do the same with the top here, just turning over a small hem.
Yep.
I've cut most of it out to save time, and
Yep.
but I've left this bit on because it's sometimes more difficult, isn't it, starting on an outside edge? It gets caught in the machine, so
What a clever tip, though.
if you can leave a little bit
Leave a bit
that
of
does
extra
away
fabric
with
on
that.
and you can start
Yeah.
on there and then chop
Then
it
just
off.
chop it off, yeah. So
Never
I'm
seen
just
that
putting
idea before, Brill.
just putting the
Don't
top on the
forget, if you
pocket.
want to buy Alison Marion's extra large Halloween colouring in panel, it is available. Details are on the screen. These are your last few chances though, selling fast. It's $7.99. It's brand new and exclusive, and I think it's going to keep everybody out of mischief. No tricks in your house while that's being coloured in. Tie-dye it, paint it, colour it in. We've got those lovely fabric marking pens available on the show, 10 different colours for $12.99. They don't even need heat setting. As soon as the ink's dry, it's good to go, and you can wash it too.
Right,
Marion,
so
where are
on
you
the
at?
bottom, on
Alison.
the back of this one, I've put on some Bondaweb. So anyone that hasn't used Bondaweb before, there's a glue side that you put to your fabric, not to your ironing board.
Yes, that would be bad, wouldn't it, Alison?
That would just be stupid, wouldn't it?
I'd like to pretend I've never done that, but of course I have.
And that leaves you with a side that you can adhere to your fabric. I've just got a square of fabric here because obviously a big apron would be a lot for here and you wouldn't see what's going on. So all you need to do with your Bondaweb is put the glue side down and then press.
Steam or no steam?
Well, I always do it with no steam, but I know there are a couple that they do say with steam, don't they?
Fair enough, yep.
I don't use steam at all in my sewing room.
Don't you?
Well, it's away from the house. It's a garden office, and I've got a dehumidifier going, but I do worry about incorporating
Extra moisture. Yeah, makes sense.
So now we've got the pocket. We'll go, oops, make sure it's straight.
Excellent.
And that's it. Basically, you're going to do exactly the same as you did with this one. I haven't, like you said, you could also put in some wadding here. You could wad this and put a backing fabric on it so that this all stood up. And then going to zigzag. I'm not going to go all the way round because of time, obviously. Oh, I better pin
Obviously,
it.
you've got quite a colour change there from the green to the black. Would you change threads or would you stick
No, on
to
that
one?
one I went green all the way round.
Green looks really good, doesn't it?
It's a Halloween colour, isn't it?
Of course
so,
it is. Of course it is. Glow in the dark thread would look ace.
That would look brilliant.
Black thread would also work really well.
So I'm back to...
And of course, no reason why you shouldn't go to town with embellishments here. Why not add some bows or buttons to the witch's feet, some puffy paint, some glitter. It's Halloween, come on, it's extra. You can be as extra as you like for Halloween, you really can. I would just recommend that you do lots of those embellishments before you make it up.
Yes, yeah. When you're doing a pocket like this, as I said, the instructions say to make the apron and then put the pocket on so that you can basically see where you want it. But this would be more difficult. I mean, it wouldn't be impossible, but it would be more difficult if you actually had the shoulders crossed.
Agreed.
To get in there. Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah, it's much easier on a flat piece of fabric, isn't it?
So what I've done is I've started at that green there, and then I've just gone straight over the edge so that the pocket is joined there with the zigzag stitch.
Yep.
And then just go all the way around the outside edge. Obviously this one doesn't have Bondaweb because it's the pocket, but then you just go round the outside.
Yeah, super easy.
As you did with that one.
Barbara's messaged in to say, I love these aprons, Alison Marion.
Oh, thank you, Barbara. That's very kind.
Ace. So many of you have made Alison's apron. It's a real perennial favourite, whether you've made a Christmas version, original version. Is there anyone who's made more than 22 versions?
I doubt it.
Just confessed that she's made 22 different versions. I would see them all. I'm imagining one for every occasion.
Well, and they've been given as presents as well, I
Gorgeous.
must admit.
Of
because
course, what a brilliant present.
well, when I was trying it out, obviously you need someone to give them to, don't you?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
So yeah, a lot of the children in the family, and I've borrowed friends' children to do sizings and things like that.
I sometimes borrow friends' children, but I always give them back.
Yes. Right, with the bunting, because that really was, once the panel came up, I said, well, if there's anything spare on the piece of fabric, it might as well be filled with some bunting, and that's how that came up.
You betcha.
The one over there is the simplest, which it's just pinked all the way around the outside and then sewn on a piece of cotton webbing.
Yep, cotton webbing.
Copper
You can buy
ribbon, anything.
Yeah, ribbon.
This
Pre-made
one,
bias binding.
Yeah, this one I've made some bias binding out of the cotton, and I pressed it and folded it over. I used one of these. We haven't got this size in stock at the minute. I did ask Kat, they've only got the small one, but the small one would work.
Okay.
And all you do is you cut your piece of fabric two times as wide as this, feed it through, and then it comes out already folded.
All folded.
So then I've pressed it in half. And with the bunting, I haven't cut this cleanly along the edge, because what I'm going to do, because it's on black, the outside edge shows up really nicely.
It does.
So I'm going to sew on that outside edge.
So you're using that as a guide?
Yeah, with a
Perfect.
straight stitch. Make sure I go back to my straight stitch. And
Now, if you fancy just making the bunting, you can buy that Halloween apron fabric or embellishing a panel on its own. It's $9.99 and it includes 8 triangles for bunting. There they all are. You have also, of course, got the pocket embellishments, which are far too good to just leave there and just make the bunting. But you have got the bunting there. I'm thinking 1/2 metre of black, 1/2 metre of orange. Make more triangles, plain triangles mixed in with the patterned.
yeah, and make it go further.
Yeah, or add in your colour in panel as well.
Yes, that would be good, wouldn't it?
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because I think if I was doing it inside for an inside party, I would do that. But I think I'd go to town with this if it was going outside, because if it's blowing in the wind, obviously you need something a bit more substantial.
You do,
Yeah.
you do. Although it's one night.
Well, that's right, yeah.
So one
For
night
one night only.
Meeting of minds there.
So I'm just taking off the excess around the outside edge with the pinking shears. And I don't know whether you do, when I'm going round a point, I always take one stitch across the end, because for some reason you get a nicer point then when you turn it through.
Great tip.
No idea why it works, but if it works for me, that's why I do it.
Exactly, just run with it.
So I'm just taking
Crocodile
off.
scissors there.
Yeah.
Fab. So you've just sewn around the sides and the bottom, yeah? Left
Yep.
the top open.
Left the top
ready for
open,
turning.
because now I'm going to turn it through.
There was a ghost of a face peering through the fabric there, wasn't there?
Yes.
And all is revealed.
Yep.
It's Frankenstein's monster.
Let's get, just use a pin and just take out the end here. I've got a stiletto there somewhere, which is a good thing to
Could
use.
you turn those into like a gift cone with a little handle? Put sweets inside.
Oh, I don't see why
tissue
not.
paper
That
and
would be a good
sweets.
idea, wouldn't it? Like a little bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even drawstring the top up. Might make
Yeah.
it look slightly carrot-like, but even so.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want my sweeties spilling out, would you?
Don't want to lose any.
Gosh, no. I remember once being in Barcelona. It was actually around Easter time, and there was a festival, and they came by the streets in big lorries, just throwing sweets at the crowd.
Oh, right.
Big festival, just throw sweets. And we were expecting it. We had no idea what was going on, so we
Yeah.
hadn't gone prepared. And other people who were at the, people from Barcelona, just handed us carrier bags. They'd
Oh,
obviously come
really?
prepared, and then you just scrabble around on the floor, scooping up handfuls of sweets.
Oh, lovely.
All wrapped, obviously.
Yeah.
And pop them in your carrier bag.
Right, and just
I want
topping
that
off
to
the
happen
top.
in this country, please.
Yeah.
I want to just walk down the road and someone
throw
throw
sweets at you.
me.
Right, I've just trimmed off the top.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's going to be tucked to the inside. of the bias. This one hasn't been done on the bias. This one's just been taken straight off the width of the fabric because obviously you don't need stretch.
No. And I suppose in a way when you're hanging it up you don't want it to
You don't want stretch, no.
Or hang down. It's like those Christmas decorations that you put up that steadily get
Yes,
lower
longer and
lower.
longer. And if they're above a door, then you end up hanging yourself as you walk through.
Oh, don't do that. Just
and then you're just going to tuck it up. And as I said about when you're making the apron, if you're at all wary of the bias binding, you can. I mean, if that was with black thread and it was round an apron, you wouldn't know.
Just use a zigzag.
Yeah. And then just zigzag across the
Alison,
top.
you have managed to pack so many demos into our show together. You really have. You've shown us how to do fusible applique and stitch it down, how to make the pockets. You've shown us how to make bias binding and attach it. You've shown us how simple it is to make your Mummy and Me crossback apron pattern as well. You are wonderful value. Thank you. If you want to get your copy of Alison Marion's crossback apron pattern, remember it is available on its own or with the panel. You choose. On its own, it's £9.99. It's right here. Remember, you don't have to choose between a child or an adult size. You're getting both. Child size will fit between a 20-inch and a 30-inch chest. And the adult size will go anywhere up to a size 20. But Alison even gave us ideas for how to extend that to create a larger size. Beg your pardon, give you the wrong price. It's £14.99. That's for the pattern on its own. Now, if you want to get the exclusive pattern with your apron, £23.99. And you're going to get that panel, which remember doesn't just include pocket embellishments for an adult's apron, it also includes the child's apron and the bunting. Great fun. Loads of good stuff there. You've given us loads of ideas today.
Thank you. Hope you enjoy.
Now we've had a picture
We'll
in.
ignore the fact that I didn't put the stitching onto zigzag there.
Well, just keep your finger there.
Yeah, there we go.
I mean, it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. It looks wonderful. We've had a photo in from Gina.
Oh, the
Gina's
pencil pocket.
made. Oh no, look at those.
Oh,
Hi, Stuart and
lovely.
Alison just wanted to say how easy these aprons are to make and follow Alison's
thank
instructions.
you. They
what
look
do you think?
fabulous. Yeah, fabulous. Thank you, Gina.
Love those colours.
Yeah.
Love the pencil appliques on the pockets.
That was a pattern that we did. There was the adult one was an artist palette, and the children's one was the crayons.
Oh,
yeah.
how fun. So absolutely perfect for a crafting or an art apron.
Yeah.
And of course, make
Not only for
one
the
for
kitchen.
you, one for the children, and then you can craft together. We've got a question from Elaine. Hi all, how much fabric do you need for Alison's apron? Loving the demo. So, Alison, for the child's apron, biggest size?
If you're buying by the ½ metre, you'd need 1 metre, but for the child's apron, the biggest one only takes 0.75 of a metre.
Okay.
But I got the smallest and the next one down from the top out of 1 metre because I didn't fold it selvage to selvage. I folded it the other way, which gave me a longer length.
Got you.
So
but a metre
will
make
get
the biggest
you
size.
all of them up to the adult size 16. But if you want the 18 to 20, you need 1.5 metres.
Fab, but it's not a lot of fabric.
It's not, no.
Even for the largest size.
No.
Terrific.
Yeah.
And that's does that include enough for a pocket?
Yes, because you cut the pocket out of the bit that you tuck out from your arm.
Clever. Great. Love that. So up to the largest adult size, 1.5 metres, but most of the sizes 1 metre.
Yeah.
Now we've shown you the black and the orange options. But have a look on the website because we've got other colours in cotton canvas, and cotton canvas is a great weight for making an apron from. It's nice and protective, and remember this is the unlined version, but you can make a lined version as well, can't you?
Yes.
Reversible.
Yeah.
Fantastic, loads of different options.
Just 2 layers together.
Alison, thank you so much for this morning.
That's all right. It's been lovely.
An absolute joy to spend some time with you. Do you know when you're back?
5th of October.
Brilliant. Get it in your diary. 5th of October. We'll see you then, Alison.
Yes, thank you.
Looking forward to it. Thank you. And thank you for staying with us on Sewing Street all morning. We're going to head over to Yarn Lane in just a moment. But before we do, I want to go through the menu with you for tomorrow. Now, it all kicks off at 8 a.m. with the Moda Cottage Bleu quilt with Sally Ann Harrison. Moda Cottage Bleu. At 9 o'clock, it's a kids roundup. Love those. 10 a.m, we've got the Pleat Rainbow Cushion with Sally Ann Harrison again. Then at 11 a.m, very neatly segueing on to Rainbow Fabrics. And then at 12 p.m, it's Adjuster Forms and Dressmaking Tools. Great for dressmakers or anyone who's been inspired to have a go. That's what tomorrow looks like. Now, over on Yarn Lane, we've got brand new tea cozies with Helen from Woolly Sheep, Helen Ingram. Now, if you want to shop in the next hour, you need to go over to www.yarnlane.com. Looks exactly the same as Sewing Street, except it says Yarn Lane at the top. Click on Watch Live, and then scroll down, and there they are. Oh my goodness, grey sheep crochet tea cozy. I want it.
Yes.
Beautiful. Adaptable to fit any size teapot because I got a big teapot. Oh, the cat is adorable. Love the black sheep. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And the one in brown as well. I am going to be giddy for the next hour. I can just tell. Love that Hearts and Flowers tea cozy as well. Of course, we talked about Christmas earlier on.
Oh,
there you go. Christmas pudding. Thank you. All on the website now on www.yarnlane.com. But if you've already bought something on Sewing Street, you've already paid your P&P. You don't have to pay it again because you're buying from Yarn Lane. Same login details. Those are great. I can't wait to meet Helen Ingram. We'll be back with those in just a few minutes' time. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere apart from Yarn Lane, which is the same channel. We'll see you in a few minutes.